Good morning, everyone. This is Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas. I'm doing a quick sound check right now. Want to make sure you guys can hear me because I do have to take off for maybe 20 minutes. Should be back hopefully a little after 9 o'clock. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me in both rooms. Just need a couple of yeses or something. Okay, thank you, PJ. And maybe somebody in our YouTube room. If somebody is there now, just let me know. Okay, thank you. I will try to pronounce that Kodamahud. Okay, okay. Thanks, guys. Okay, I'll see you in about 20 minutes from now, okay? So I'm muting myself now. All right, everybody, I'm back. So now for a proper welcome. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for, what is it now? Tuesday, April the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I already know I would end the sound check and the video check earlier, so we're good to go. All right, well, we've got a few. Take a look at this one first. The roller, or ROLR, it's holding its gains, jumps on a deal to launch event-based prediction market offering. Okay. All right. So there's your that's your news for ROLR. Low float. Look at the volume already. By the way, guys, did anybody hold on to? If you recall, yesterday the RMSG. What a little run it had after hour. Not well. What a run it had into the after hours too. I had a little bit of this left. I wish I had the whole whole position, but man, what a beautiful run at the end of the day, and it proceeded after hours also. If we can find another one like that today. So that's the roller up with a PR. Okay, AVNS, AVNS. So oh, I see. Okay, so they're going private. $1.27 billion all cash buyout by who? By American Industrial Partners. I don't know them at all. Is this a? They're going private. Okay. So nothing to see here now, guys. This is basically a done deal. TVTX. Okay, so rises on FDA approval of kidney disorder drug. Okay, so that is news for TVTX. And for a mildly positive open, the SPY is up about 1.5 points. So Sana is up, announcing a strategic collaboration with the Mayo Clinic to advance development of their drug. Also, the company sold 7.5 million shares at 330. So they were $25 million to the Mayo Clinic. Okay. Okay. Anyway, yeah, what a nice move. Sana, it's not a low float, 164 million in the float. All right. So SLNH is now over a dollar. Yesterday was a 68-cent stock, closed at 93 cents, just under a dollar. Now it's popping above a dollar right now. Or pulled back a bit, 125, back down to the VWAP area, SLNH. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any. Now, William is not going to be here this morning, so I'm just looking to see if there's any disaster du jour. I don't see any. I don't see any bio that, I mean, the RECT, Sky Q, I mean, these are not, they're not being hit down because of any specific news. I wonder if that's it for Sky Q, though. You know, Sky Q's had that massive, the massive run. I was wondering about Oracle today, guys, and look at this. Look at Oracle again. And this is not Oracle. This is the two-time ETF for Oracle. But so Oracle now, the stock is almost up 6%. after being up a lot yesterday. Look at that daily candle. Wow. I mean, this what a range. 139 to 154 and now continuing. Whew. Yeah, and somebody was mentioning so the nukes maybe, well, at least today, okay, the nukes are alive. This is the two timer for OKLO. So OKLO, the stock is up at least 9%. What's SMR doing? Yeah, so the nukes are a little more alive today, but I don't do we trust them? Shorting strategy, it's no different from going long, really share. I mean, I'm just flip the script. If I wanted to go long here, I take this, maybe if I thought this was a good setup, SMR, and I think that support right here, $10, I take the trade. I'm just using this as an example. But if it broke down through this support area, then maybe I take the trade, and that's my stop on the upside. I mean, it's just flipping the script. There's no difference in strategy other than thinking it's going to go down versus thinking it's going to go up and having a stop. Really, I mean, there's nothing magical to it, really. Just now, of course, do I have shorts available at Interactive Brokers? You always have to check on that. But other than that, there's really just flip the script in your head. You want to go long, you have a plan, you have a stop. You want to go short, you still have a plan, you have a stop. Um, the things that I short generally are not, the fee rate is irrelevant. Okay, generally the fee rate is irrelevant. The things that I'm shorting, so I don't even look at it. I can't tell you 8%. No, I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, Williams cutoff is like 350%, but he's expecting a pretty big move. Okay, but everybody's different. I just don't. But most of the things that if I'm shorting, I don't even look at the fee rate. It's sort of a non. It's a non-entity. So I can't tell you. Is 8% too much? I mean, if the stock's going to move a lot, it's not obviously. But of course, we don't know how much it's going to move. With a GSAT, yeah, I saw it was halted. I saw it was halted for news, and it resumed. So if you're wondering, okay, if they're going to buy them up for $90, why is it sitting at 78? Where does it say the $90 for M? So Global Star client selling deal acquired by Amazon, really. So here is, okay, there's the termination fee. Where is the $90? I'm sure I'm not doubting. I just don't see the $90. Because if it's being acquired by Amazon now, if it's a combination of stock and cash, that seems to be pretty low right now. If it's going to be acquired at $90, so I can't really comment anymore. Yeah, and Mamba, I can't really answer that. It seems to be counterintuitive, but the market is continuing to go higher with all the what's happening in the world. But yeah, so Ion X is the other another two timer for Ion. So yeah, Ion Q, sorry, Ion Q. So Ion Q is up 6%, and this is up 12%. A lot of these ETFs are just ripping this morning. Okay, bold, Boundless Bio. For some reason, I thought this was an ETF, but it is not an ETF. Boundless Bio. Termination of a definitive agreement. That happened after hours yesterday. Well, that's the reason for the pop or not. Pretty low float, 17 million in the float. Well, it's pretty extended right now, Rodriguez. Right here would have been a decent area where it was basing. Okay, right here, see how it was basing on the 2-minute chart, forming a bit of a base in the top here. For me, I personally, I'm not going to chase it right now. I may never get into it. But don't let me stop. Okay. The next guy looking left on that weekly chart is 1577. So there's certainly a lot of room on the weekly chart. Well, for some reason, okay, so GoPro is announcing new Mission 1 Line 2. So that is popped GoPro up to over $1. Take a look at the sectors, guys. So silver is our leading sector right now in the pre-market. Silver is up 3.4%. Well, here are the nukes. NLR, this is the ETF for the nukes and uranium. Who's weak? Probably XLE. Yeah, XLE a little bit. Retail is weak. Retail right now is the weakest sector right now. I saw some news on Lululemon using forever chemicals or something. Being investigated for using forever chemicals. That's an affected. I don't know if that was yesterday's news or hasn't affected the stock yet. Lululemon. Yeah, this was after hours actually. Okay, Lululemon, the target of a Texas probe to using toxic chemicals, the forever chemicals, and then the company says it stopped using them. Yeah, I mean, listen, and you're some of these they're going to drive you nuts. You think, okay, I don't want to chase it right now because I want to see if it holds, and it keeps moving on you. I mean, you just have to. I'm just talking in general. Just have to deal with it. I mean, it's going to happen. I don't chase. Sometimes, you look back and say, man, I wish I chased. But I've been burnt so many times early on in my little trading career, just jumping on things as they were moving higher and higher. And So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception today if I find. I know I said yesterday that I'm bound and determined maybe to take one of these two-time ETFs. So we saw ORCX, the two-timer for Oracle, just all day. Look what it did. I mean, it was so good that it closed right at the high of the day. So Oracle, the stock, closed right at the high of the day. You can just see my daily chart. You see that little jutting out to the right, little little bar. That means it closed right at the high of the day. The move. Now, speaking of the RMSG, let's see if it's going to have another still up, it's up 6%. But let me get to a 60-minute chart. Because this was the after hours action, guys. I mean, look what it got up to. It got up to $4. It's pulled back to 286, but I mean that was what a move. What a move. Is RMSG halted? It says halted. I don't. It is. I mean, it says halted here, but I don't see halted after hours. But I don't see that it's halted now. Yeah, this is just wrong. No, it's not halted. No, it's definitely not halted. Another one that been crashing down a bit was the MNTS. The MNTS. Let's take a look at it right now. MNTS. Well, okay. This is what I first saw. I saw this big down bar, but it is recovered. So it's actually up 3% right now. Decent volume. Had a great day yesterday. Another one that I had a price alert of $4 and I didn't act on it. Yeah, I mean, so that's why don't listen to me. Okay, I mean the fact that I didn't want to take it. Not shortable for me. That is not shortable for me. Now, on a monthly chart, obviously you got a ton of sort of remember this one, yeah, a few months ago. Low float. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Frito-Lay. Sorry to hear that. Nothing, I don't know why it's not working for you. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, obviously it's working for me, and we asked other people in the room. Not a huge sample set, but others had no problem. So I don't know what's going on with your system. Obviously nothing I can personally do about it. You can, I don't know if Chris is still trying to work on it. It's really hard, when it's sort of a one-off, unless we're getting so many people saying the same thing. Yeah, it's still free to lay. Nothing I can do. I'm sorry to hear it, but nothing I can do about it. Yeah, it's very strange though. Well, he said he's got 2 PCs that he did it. So he has a couple of PCs, and it's very strange. Very, very strange. All right. Well, let's see now. ROL. Now, what was the deal again? Okay. Launching event-based prediction market offering. And so that was the. All right, guys. We got 9:26 now. Just again, one last check at the sectors. So silver is still hanging in there. XRT. Just want to see. XRT had a top now, almost back to flat from yesterday. Oh man, I mean, I want to chase this so badly. This ORCX, is it going to do it? Is it going to have just another unbelievable day? Is Oracle just going to have another unbelievable day? I mean, look at it go. Oracle's now up almost 8% in the pre-market. I had a price alert. I don't know when I put that for Wolf, WULF. I don't know when I put that. And why would I put it there? Yeah, I don't know when I put that price alert. High of 2 days ago. Good night, Iran. Also, guys, IREN is sort of not sort of, a crypto play. IREN is pretty active right now. Float, 322 million in the float. Through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Looking left, maybe some resistance though. Um, Speaking of Bitcoin, Bitcoin's at 74.6 thousand right now. 1,200 from yesterday's close at 4. All right, guys, we have now about a minute to the 9:30 open, so I'm going to get prepared for that. CarMax, I should have mentioned this one. CarMax is an earnings play, guys, and let's see what it's doing. So CarMax down 9%. So CarMax is an earnings play. Look at the move ahead of earnings. A lot of people think, I'm going to have good earnings. It was through the 200-day moving average yesterday, but nope. So there's CarMax, PMX. All right, guys, we're now open. We are now open. So Rivian's making a little move here. RIVN is making a move here, guys. Rivian's making a move. Yeah, look at Rivian making a big initial pop. We see this in the pre-market. It was sort of dormant. And all of a sudden, the market opens and boom. Ah, now ORCX finally gave it up. ORCX finally gave it up. Didn't see one bar like that yesterday, not one. So a couple of the EV players, Lucid and Rivian, moving higher right now. All right. So, you know what? I mean, ROLR, kind of pacing a little bit. I would have liked to see it get a little closer to the VWAP and maybe bounce off the VWAP. But okay, guys, FSLY is starting to give it up again. Yesterday's low was 22.29, or we're about a dollar away from that. Yeah, big topping tail now for roller ROLR. I probably really, I thought it was going to get closer to that VWAP. CarMax, guys, CarMax is moving down. KMX. This is one of the not a lot of earnings plays, but this is an earnings play. KMX. Now, where could it bounce if it's going to? So the next low looking left is around 40.93. So there's about a dollar to that next low for KMX. All right, look at JD. Look at JD. Look at JD on the move here, guys. This is not an earnings play. That's a pretty big move. 1.43 billion in the float. So that is a pretty big move. Yeah, Dragon. I'm sorry. I was gonna talk down DK, but I forgot to. I'm sorry. I forgot to load it. So stand it. Wow, good for you on the stand disk. This is not an earnings play. Okay, I thought it might have been an earnings play. Hmm. This was an AI alert from yesterday, guys. BRZE. Okay, BRZEZE, and the next high looking left is 23.09. So there is room, almost $2 to the next high. Doesn't mean it's getting there, of course, but at least, and what's the volume? Like, not a lot of volume yet. Okay, SMR over 11 now, but looking left, to me anyway, there's little areas where it could, well, wait a minute. The next high right here is, sorry, don't want the browser interface here. Okay, so the next high looking left Okay, well, there is a little room. Okay, there is a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 1161 for SMR. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high. Roller is hanging in, guys. ROLR is hanging in. You know, I mean, I should get rid of this. Get this one started. Yeah, roller is hanging in. You know, hasn't had the big collapse yet. Still hanging in over 11. Boy, this has got, I think it's got room. APLD, where is it now? 2951. So the next high in a weekly chart is 2943. So it's through that. So the next high is 3168. So there is a couple of dollars to the next high on the weekly chart anyway for APLD. All right. Now here is a two-time for Microsoft, okay? Okay, a two-timer for Microsoft, guys. MSFU, okay? So remember what this means. Microsoft right now, the stock is up about 2.3%, okay? And this is a two-timer, so if Microsoft drops 1%, this is going to drop 2%, so you understand. Hey guys, as I said, I'm in this one, okay? I am in this one, this MSFU, okay? Decided I'm going to take this one and see. This is a real difference for me taking a stock number one in the first 15 minutes. But I thought what I would do is try to take one of these ETFs, two-time ETFs of a major stock. Now there's a high right there at 26.17. First of all, I can get over 26. Boy, some big rippage in the market though to start. Big rippage in the market to start. A couple of big 5-minute cat. What time is it now? 9:39. Yeah. So that's the second 5-minute bar. You know what's weak, guys, is lunar. LUNR is weak. It was pretty weak yesterday. I mean, it bounced off the bottom of the day, but it is now below yesterday's close, and that's lunar, LUNR. Whoa, the roller. Well, looks like that's it for roller. Underneath 10. It's way below the VWAP now. Way below the VWAP, probably. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It's coming into the VWAP. So that could be interesting. You know, if the VWAP can hold and get back, and if it can get back over 10 again, I'm going to put a price alert over $10. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. So if you have our AI, you know that there was an alert for roller. See if it gets over 10 again, guys. I mean, if this if this VWAP holds, how important our block trade announcement? You're talking about. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. I know what you're talking about. I don't pay, personally, Michael. I don't pay that much attention to it, but I mean, others may have a completely different idea. I mean, I suppose if there's a, yeah, I don't really, I don't use it at all. So probably the wrong person. Maybe there are some. Urgh, bad word. Bad word. Look how that held the VWAP. Oh man, I missed out. I missed out on it. Oh well, be another one. Massive, guys. I mean, if you got our AI, I mentioned it. There was the entry or the alert price. I hate calling it the entry. The alert price was at 986. I dipped down below it. And what did I say? I say, well, let's see if it holds the VWAP, which it did, and gets over 10, which it did. I was going to take it well, I was going to take it right here on the 10 15 mark, but it just popped up too quickly. Yeah, so you were talking about this, right, Michael? I don't display alerts on charts. You're talking about this, how you get a scroll coming through. Yeah, I found it too, for me personally, I just found it too distracting. Maybe I'll keep it here for a bit, but I would have liked it better if we'd been able to control it, what we see, as opposed to these are just random alerts. Yeah, I like the concept of it. I just wish we could control it. I mean, do I care about every one of these? That no, but if I could control it better, but I can't. Well, Microsoft ain't doing it for me. It's basically where I bought it. I was hoping it would take out 2026, but I'm going to hold on for a bit to see if that MSFU can. No, I'm running the beta also. It's very random. You know what? Pepe may know. I don't know if everybody would have exactly the same. If we were watching starting ATLD right now in a 2 minute chart, if everybody's going to see exactly the same thing on that call. All right, guys, snail, SNAL, through the 200-day moving average right now. Okay. Are you asking is the beta? What is your question, Rodriguez or Steph? What's your question exactly? Is it good to download? Yes, if that's your question. Well, look what happened with. I mean, it was a great move. Now let's see if it holds the VWAP again for the second time. Okay. But if you took advantage of even a 10 break, I mean, it got up to 1067, so that was a nice move. Boy, FSLY guys now, so it's below yesterday's low, and the next low on the monthly chart, 1820. Where is the next low on a weekly chart? 1923. Is that right? Yes. So FSLY just super weak. Let's see if my patience is going to work out with the MSFU. All right, guys, FSLY super weak. Let's see if it holds underneath 22. Hmm. Guys, I'm doing something a little bit differently. It's sort of off camera, okay? And I don't know why I wasn't doing this earlier. Well, earlier, as in for years, but I got to show you something. Remember last week? Well, if you weren't in the room, but even if you were in the room, you may not remember. But we have a nice new channel. Well, it's a fairly new channel called, I think it's called New Highs or Most Highs or something to that effect. This looks something like this. Okay, it's showing you stocks making. This is the count alert. Okay, and so this is telling me that Snail SNAL made 535 new highs, which is very strange for a $1 stock. I have to admit. That's where I saw the MSFU. Okay, and here's the APLD. These are stocks that are making the most new highs. And this is where I found, which is not on the channel, these are the stocks making the most new lows. That's where I found the FSLY. And I'm really paying attention now to this. Stocks that are making like over and over new highs of the day or new lows of the day have to be watched all day long. That's where I saw the ORCX yesterday. And so I've been really concentrating on that. And you start to get a lot of alerts, of course, right at 9 o'clock. But I actually ran it in the pre-market too. So that's where I mean, the FSLY, I mean, that's where I found the FSLY guys. So if you want to take a look at it on the long side, if you click on New from the toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, and you see where it says Most, where is it saying now? The Most. It's called the Most. Now this is only on the upside, okay? But basically what I did is I flipped it to get the downside movers too, okay? Looks, and you also have the new, how many new 15-minute highs? A lot of ETFs in here. We can see that ALK made 11, but this is what I'm concentrating on. And what it's doing, it's sorting on the stocks that have made the most new highs for the day. Now, I made some changes also, in terms of the price range and all that. You can take a look at this channel. Here's the IRAN. I mean, it's made a bunch of new highs also. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay, so Roller now. Roller, where is Roller? All right, so Roller now is getting, anything is possible with that sort of a float and all the volume that's in it. Maybe later on, if it gets back up over the VWAP and back over 10, I'm going to put a price limit around 10.13. See if see if it takes it out again. Okay, that's going to be maybe a late dayer. Remember Lucid when we're looking at Lucid and Rivian earlier? Look at it now. Okay, this is not an IPO. I don't think it's an IPO. It's starting to trade under. Okay, so it's a symbol name change. What was it before? It's now trading as ZTG, Zenta Group, under a new ticker. I don't know what it was before, so it is not an IPO. All right, guys. Well, I did exit the MSFU flat. Basically, it looked like it was going to jump through the 90s, but it didn't do it. So that one did not. It didn't hurt me, but it didn't work out the way I was hoping. But I'm looking at some of the larger cap tech stocks like Oracle now. Oracle is now Probably, I don't know if it's negative for the day yet. No, it's still not negative for the day. It's still up 6%, but it's starting to fade. Okay. This didn't happen at all yesterday. Oracle was on a straight trajectory up, 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 up all day long. Okay. AHMA, wow. And did it ever come off its halt? Holy smokes. It got halted at 114, 118, and it opened at, going to get halted again, probably. Or maybe not. Yeah. I don't understand how this snail could have made 559 new highs. Unless it was, the only thing I can think of is that, it went from like 70, maybe that's what it is, like 77.7805 to 0.7810, which is a new high. So, within pennies, I guess, maybe that's the only reason I can see that. One more leg down for me for the FSLY. Yeah, it doesn't look good now for the roller. I mean, it's giving up way too much now, in my opinion. But you never know. You never know. Okay. I mean, there's the VWAP 951, low float. Look at the volume, 54 million. When I say you never know later on in the day. But what you'd like to see rather is that it just sort of does nothing now for several hours, as opposed to moving down, down, down. Hmm. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, the thing about that, Sam, I mean, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, but as far as the roller, there it is up here, winning 10 races, including the pre-market. I don't have shorts available. It doesn't mean that, there's obviously if a person's got Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, and maybe others, you might have shorts available. I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, which is typical of these low float stocks. Does it bother me? Not really. A lot of times it saves me thinking, okay, I should short it here, I should short it here, I should short it here. Yeah. When you look at it at the top here, say, well, so obvious you should have shorted at $12. Well, yeah, obvious after the fact, perhaps. So I don't know how widespread, anybody with Fidelity, anybody with who does, and say with Fidelity or E Trade, you have shorts available for ROLR. Well, I did not take this ETF or Ion Q, but boy, except this is not the ETF for it. This is the stock. Ion X is it? Man, well, sometimes it just takes one good trade, guys. So the FSLY for me, and again, where did I find it? It if I expanded this out, it would say most new lows. Okay, and you can see right at the top. Now I got to take a look at PL. I have to take a look at PL. Is it Planet Labs? Or, yeah, PL and PL. The next, I mean, look at this. The next low is 29.48. Ton of room underneath. I noticed that. I noticed that it was halted after hours yesterday, but you're right. It is not. Oh, it's not halted. Maybe just do a refresh, Chief. Okay. I noticed that this. Well, it says halted again. Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe I'm going to do a reset connection. See if that. Yeah, I don't know why it's showing that. I mean, it was halted after hours yesterday. Okay, but this is not the MNTS. The kind of a strange thing with interactive brokers. Just give me a moment here as I have to reload my news feed every day. I mean, that was the news for RMSG, but it was stuck on the MNTS from yesterday. But yeah, so I don't know. What I'll do is I'm going to just pass this on. It's not halted, obviously. That's why I asked in the pre-market, is this halted? But oops. So is this showing? Would others do this favor for me too? Just load our RMSG and let me know if it says halted. Sometimes it's a server that we're on, Chief. We have different servers, but if it's widespread, I want to let the dev team know. So it's not on. So Sam is so interesting. So how about if I do this? No. So it must be the server that you and I are on. We won the lotto on that one, Chief. The server that we're on, because Sam says it's not, and Faye says it's not. It doesn't say halted. Yeah, but it okay. So I'm gonna have to pass that on to the guys. And server. Shoot. So just give me a moment. All right. It's not a big deal. I mean, we know it's not halted. We know it's not halted. Well, yeah, you won't know what server you're on. We do have different servers though, so you won't know what server you're on. But it's, I mean, it's not a big deal. We know it's not halted. Oh, man. So this got very close to 21 guys. Okay, 21 got very close to 21. I'm talking about the FSLY. And a refresh, I'm just gonna do the, click on the reset connection a few times. Sometimes that helps, but again, it's look, it's not a big deal. We know it's not halted, or you're in a trading room, we all know it's not halted, but all right, guys, it is now 10:07, so I'm gonna go over my homepage right now, all the information you can, get on it. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna put my homepage link in now and, show you all the information that you can have off my homepage, including the scans and the races, etcetera, okay? So, if you click on my homepage link, as always, at the very top, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's what you can do. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, okay? First month only. And we have 2 plans, a standard and a premium, plan, so the discount works on, both monthlies and both, annuals for those 2 plans. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. If you use my code, it really helps to keep these rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Rooms, so if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another room called the trading room. It is free, but a lot of advantages being in this room. I mean, you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine, but a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. Plus, this room was open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. He does it. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So Obi does it. So if you're looking for want to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I get on the mic, both rooms, at around 9 o'clock. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later for questions, of course. But typically then, though this room, the trading room, is open after I leave. William, he's not here right now. I think he says he will be back though. And he usually keeps the room open after I leave. Usually we'll say between 3:30 to 3:45. So on a big day, this room, the trading room, is open between 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and it's free. Now keep scrolling down my homepage. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Education. So if you click on my homepage link, you can scroll down, education section, click on the more info. So this is mandatory. If you take out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this first. You're getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it covers all the key elements of the program, okay? You don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. Click on the custom scans section. So this is what you can see. I'm sharing two races here. A large cap race is here. A wide open race is here. More volatile race is here. It has nothing to do with market cap size or float. It's wide open, so you're going to see. You can see some big percentage moves here, whereas here you will not. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means it's less volatile. Upside versus downside movers is here. These are all real-time alerts. So you see something in red, it's a new low of the day. Something in green, a new high of the day. You know, other filters in place, of course. So it's basically taking two competing scans, stocks moving to the upside versus stocks moving to the downside with very similar filters in place. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the active stocks, the ones moving up and the ones moving down. And here's the halts resume. Very quiet today. Usually this is full by now. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. The momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. Take a look at them. So these are two trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long if you want, okay? Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. Do my best to answer them. If I'm doing something else that I cannot, that I can't answer immediately, I'll certainly let you know. It's fun. I didn't see that, Harry. I did see that American Airlines was up this morning. Cons to using this platform from Mike in our YouTube room. Well, obviously, I'm very biased. I've had trade ideas since 2010, so I really don't know what cons I could think seriously. I mean, I'm not trying to obviously. I've had the program for 16 years now, so I mean, if you're looking for a great program for intraday trading, I think this is it. You know, it allows you to create your own scans using your own filter parameters and triggers. Now, do we have every single filter? I mean, some people say, you know, well, I want this filter and we don't have it. Okay, I mean, that could be a con, I suppose, depending on what your requirements are. But, you know, we've got so many different filters. Filter meaning, you know, you can create your own price range, your minimum volume. But we've got like, I think, 800 data points. So we connect to many brokers. Connecting meaning if I click on the tools and external linking, I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. Connected meaning when I click on a symbol, Within Trade Ideas, it loads automatically into my order entry into Trade Ideas. Well, okay, we're not a broker. Okay, I'm like, we're not a broker. So Robinhood, of course, is a broker. Well, yeah, this is what I do. I mean, but you understand that I've had this program since 2016. Yeah, 2016. I'm sorry, 2010. So yeah, this is what I do. If you're talking, yeah, I don't have another job. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, if you're still around, Mike, I can just show you very quickly what I'm talking about. Okay, if you're still around, you can create your own scans. Okay, Uh, so if I click on search, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. I mean, we have a lot of them, new high, new low, right at the very top, the two most popular ones. But as you can see, we have a lot of other what we call real-time alerts. These icons all represent real-time alerts, and this is anybody else listening, of course. And if I keep scrolling down, when we get to these filters right here, or these icons right here, these are all the different filters that we've got. Some obvious ones, like a price. Some people want to have a price range they want to look at, minimum volume that they want to look at, things like that. But we have a lot of other filters. And why do we have so many? I just want to caution people when they're seeing this, don't think, oh my gosh, this program is way too hard to learn. How am I going to learn all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters? The good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 2003, they felt that most people would probably not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they tried to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't think that you have to learn all these. I don't know 98% of them. I really just use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those alerts or filters. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means for my trading style, I don't need them. Okay. So for instance, in this one, I mean, this is real simple. Configure, summary. Give me the new high of the day. Stock is between 1 and 50. The current volume is at least 2, and meaning it's trading at least 2 times normal up to this time of day, and the volume is 500,000 shares. Now, I have then then I want to see what stock is making the most new highs over the course of the day. So, snail made 500. So I want to pay attention to just the way I've sorted it, but that's an example of a scan. Okay, very simple one, very very simple one. So we're very powerful when it comes to that. You can create again, and we create every single scan. And we have people say, "Yeah, but I need this and that." Well, if we don't have it, we're sorry we don't have it. But we can't be all things to all people. But I think that we cover for the majority, well, obviously for our customers, and for the majority of people, when they look at that, they go, okay, I can, plus, plus, I am sharing a lot of my scans. Plus, if you click on new from the toolbar and then dock channel bar, every one of these are all feed-based channels. Okay, so we got a crypto channel, opening range break channel. This is the one the most channel. These are all, and each one. You don't have to learn everything that's in each of these channels, but they're all theme-based, explosive winners, and don't get overwhelmed by all that you're seeing here. But this is what I'm using, the most new highs for the day. So if you liked one of these, you don't have to stay in the channel. You can just pop this out. You just right click and duplicate it, and it gets taken out of the channel. And then you can just look at this if that's what you wanted. Okay. But, sometimes these channels can be overwhelming. I mean, there's a lot of information coming at you. But again, Jim, you don't have that's right. I remember now, Jimmy. You don't have to learn everything, though. Okay, you don't have to learn everything that's in our user guide and all those different filters and scans. I mean, if you have any trading experience at all, now if you have no, first of all, let me reemphasize this. If you don't have, if a person, I'm not talking to you specifically, but if you're listening to all this and you have no trading experience whatsoever, unfortunately, Trade Ideas is actually not going to help you that much. Okay, the program is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas based on what you would like to see. But if you see a symbol and you click on the alert on any symbol and you're looking at the chart and you have no idea, it's just a maze to you. You have no idea what it's trying to tell you. Unfortunately, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Okay, that's why we have a simulator that you can use to practice trading and all. But I have a very simple style of trading. Very simple. I have just new highs and new lows of the day. Unfortunately, no. If you missed that I in front of the L, Philippe Marx. Unfortunately, no. The question is, can you create a scan based on getting a buy or a sell flag? And unfortunately, and getting a sound alert on it. Unfortunately, you cannot. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has been for most Wednesdays between 12 and 1 Eastern time, has been starting his own YouTube stream, and you can ask him all sorts of questions, and that's the one you have keep hammering at it. This is something that is been requested for a long time now. You know, so create your own scan and have that as the trigger, a buy when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. But right now you cannot do it. All right, guys. So the market is still very, very strong. Not having to worry about the VWAP right now. That purple line way over the VWAP. So the market is still very strong. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Dow's up 190. These are up 6. SPY's up 4.7. Which is why I'm a little surprised that MSFU did not work out a lot better. I thought maybe, based on the overall market ripping, that Microsoft would be an obvious one to rip, but no. I mean, it's up, but not like the Oracle yesterday. All right, let me go over this race. Okay, this is certainly unique to trade ideas. Okay, this race, the concept of racing certainly is unique to trade ideas. You don't have to use racing if you don't want to, but I think it's something that if you're new to trading, or if you're new to the platform, why I think it's not a bad idea, because what it does is it creates a top 10 list for you to concentrate on. So, you can you don't have to really look too past these like a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. So everything else that's going on around you, you can just concentrate on the list. So let me put in my homepage link again. You cannot get the by sound notification on GI Wave. That's what I'm saying. You cannot do it. What I would do is tomorrow between 12 and 1, Dan Merkin, 12 and 1 Eastern Time, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has been doing his own YouTube stream. And, just, I keep telling people, go into that room and keep asking for it. Maybe someday it'll happen. What does the blue arrow represent? Well, okay, you're talking about the little blue arrow, the little up arrow. Okay. Typically, what happens is if you click on an alert, you're going to get the blue arrow that shows you the candle in which the alert happened, if that's what you're talking about. If you have a scan, I don't have, see, I don't, this is all, I don't have a list anymore, okay? But if you had an alert scan and it was a big list, and say that you had an alert at, what time is it now, 10:30, you clicked on an alert you had at 9:40 and you clicked on it, you would see the blue arrow on that candle, the 9:40 candle. Depending on the time frame, a 5 minute or 2 minute or 15 minute. That's what the blue arrow is just telling you. That's where the alert was. So if you go back in time, especially you have this, I don't have any scans like that anymore. Okay, so if you had an alert window that started at 9:30 and it's a long list of stocks, if you clicked on one of the ones earlier, you would see a blue arrow, and that can kind of tell you, okay, I got that alert at that time. What happened from there? Okay, does that make sense? I could probably do it here. Let's see if this is, I say, CONL, Sophie at 9:39. Let's see if that, yeah, there you go. So there's Sophie, okay, 9:39. Here's on a 5-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. On a 2-minute chart, that's where the alert happened, okay? So you can kind of go back in time and say, well, what happened from that alert? All right, so let me go over this race. So why I put the my homepage link in is for this reason, because I'm going to go over the race. And if you click on, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here, you'll see the user guide, okay? Again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. It's like any other software program. Sure, there's a lot in the user guide, but I like my analogy is always going to be MS Word, okay? If I threw the MS Word manual and I said, you know what, before you can use this program, you have to learn everything that's in the manual. Who in the world would ever do that, right? So typically, for the most of us with a a Word program, how do I type on the screen? Okay, how do I change a font? How do I save it? How do I print it? Some very basic stuff. That's probably 99% of the use of a Word program. But look at the manual of it. There's so many other things you can do, just like Trade Ideas. Okay, a lot of things here, but you don't have to learn everything. All I want to direct you to, though, is the TI stock racing, because I'm going to go over this, and here's your guide, your reference, if you get into stock racing. So everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race, customizable. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, all customizable. So what does it mean, though? So we're about a minute and a half into this race. Since the race started, FRMM has moved the most, 3%. Not a huge dollar amount, but that's what happens. There's it's like any other race. There's going to be jockeying for position at the top. If you see something at the top, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe bold that actually moved back into the VWAP. Maybe it's bouncing off it. It doesn't necessarily mean that when you click on any one of these, that it's going to be at the high of the day. It could have, this is good for pullbacks also. Something could have pulled back and then starting to move. Xanadu, let's take a look at Xanadu. Of course, I'm not going to find one that's pulled back, but the Maxon. Okay, so imagine this is just under the VWAP. What if though it had pulled back into the VWAP and now it's starting to move? I mean, all that percentage means is that this is a stock that has moved the most, and I'm going to show you the list of stocks. So if a stock, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You see it at the top here, click on it. Let's see what's happening. You see anything in this list right now, click on it, see what's happening. Also, anything that is, you can see why these are like in the number one position. What the number beside roller means is that it won 10 races today. Now it's pulled back a lot, but as I said before, you never know. Later on in the day, this could explode right through the VWAP, maybe get over 10, and maybe go on a later day run. You never know. Snail has won 4 races today, and it's popping right now. Anything that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Fuel looks pretty good. I mean, it's over the VWAP. It's kind of basing a bit. And even our RMSG from yesterday, not looking good now, but you won't know until you click on the symbol. But again, automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. There'll be some days you'll see the leader has won 20, 30, or 40 races. I mean, some astonishing number. Obviously, you should be watching that stock, figuring out, okay, maybe it's pulling back to a level you like. So if you're watching this for the first time, your question has to be, why are these stocks showing up? What's the difference? Because you can see there are different symbols in each one of them. So if I right click in this race, this box pops up. Open top list is one of the options. Notice when I right click in this top list window, launch real-time stock race. Okay, so all races start from a top list window. So this is the top list window that I have. Why are these in here? I right click, configure, summary. So what I want to see are stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares are traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Not too many filters. That's all I want to see. You, of course, might want to see something different. And of course, it's all customizable. So this is why these stocks are appearing in this list. They meet all the filter requirements, and I've sorted on the change from the close. That's so Snail is up 251% from yesterday's close. HMA 48%, all the way down to the last one down here, IPW at 2%. Okay, so that's how a top list window before we had racing, and you can still use a top list window like this. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, based on the filters that I want, like price range, volume, things like that. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. All sorts of things like that. As long as you have the column header, this is the change from the open. If I double left click, this is telling me that SNAL, it's moved 85% from its opening trade of the day. At 9:30, it obviously had a trade. It's moved 85% from that. So as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it just by double left clicking rapidly. But what the race does, and boy, I used this as an example yesterday, RMSG. People say, well, you know what? I don't want to see a stock that's up 285%. Well, you never know, though. This stock that's up 285% right now, it could end the day up 400%. RMSG was a great example yesterday, but it's up about 150%. I think it ended the day at about 300%. So don't discount the fact that a stock is up a lot. But this is what the race does. It doesn't care where it is in this list. When the race starts, but you can see, why is this happening? And that's because, people are following this all day long. This snail is following it all day long. Look at the relative volume is 434 times normal up to this time of day. So it's going to be active all day long. But again, the race doesn't care where the stock is in the list. All it cares about is when the race starts, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most. So it could be, Peng from yesterday. I remember Peng was a big one, pretty big one yesterday. ENG. Right now it's up 6% from yesterday's close. Well, what if all of a sudden was up 8%, 10%, 12% moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Well, the race is going to tell you. Again, it doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks, just what is moving the most percentage-wise in the list of stocks. So that's why you can find stocks that are not up, a huge amount, but all of a sudden they're starting to move. Now, I may have made one mistake here. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, I have to remember to change this to the open. Not going to make a massive difference, but so now it's going to be based on the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close, okay? But you can leave it, change from the close, but so hopefully it's starting to make sense that, if you look at, you can create your own list of stocks. And now you can also literally create your own list of stocks that you want to see every single day. You may have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe you're more of a large cap person that wants to follow Amazon and Microsoft and Meta and, maybe a basket 15, 20, 30 stocks like that every single day. You can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, attach it to the top list window, and then launch the race based on just those stocks. Maybe it could be a different group of stocks every day. Maybe when the market's closed, you do some evening work and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. Maybe you've got 15 or 20 of those stocks that you want to follow tomorrow. You can run the race just based on those stocks. Completely up to you. Now, here's an easy way. If you do not want to create a top list from scratch, you could take this one or this one. Let me just show you this one also, though. Watch what happens when I open the top list here. See how few stocks there are compared to this one? Now, yesterday it was surprising. There were a lot of stocks in here, but typically this is typically what you normally would see, not that many stocks in this list. Now, it's not a static list. It is a dynamic list, so this is not it for the day. Stocks will come in and out, and maybe while I'm talking, you might see a stock come in or might see a stock leave. Why? I right-click, I click on Configure. I'm going to show you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. This is the key, though. So position in the day's range, okay? I want to see stocks near the high of the day. This is a great filter that we've got. We've got a lot of position and range filters, but this is one that I use almost constantly. So so when I put 95 in here, if I put 100, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So 95 means it's going to be pretty darn close to the high of the day. So that consequently, this one doesn't have that filter. Also, I'm looking for a market cap of at least 500 million. This doesn't have that. And also a float of at least 50 million. This doesn't have that. Consequently, I'm not going to get that many stocks in that list. But again, it's a dynamic list. The stocks will come on, drop in and out of this list all day long. It'll happen here too. And again, there's a top 10 list that's been built for you. And if you're new to trading, I would almost recommend maybe you take a look at this as opposed to this. While this can be, giving you the massive, unbelievable moves, okay, the 30% moves, and you're only going to get, typically in this one, you're only going to get, not that many stocks are going to make a 1% move because of the market cap and all that. Just means, though, that they're not as volatile. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade. I mean, look at Iris. I mean, that would have been a great looking trade. Okay. So let's just say you didn't want to start a top list completely from scratch. You took this one, we'll start off with this one. You downloaded this one from my homepage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and I'm going to duplicate it. I don't want to stop the race over here. So here's something that you can very quickly do. Okay, let's pretend. Now, by the way, if you load my race right now, you're not going to see my top 10 list. Your race starts. Your race will begin to create a top 10 list for you when you load it. So right now it's 10:44 Eastern time. That's when your race starts. I'm running my race in the pre-market and throughout the day. So if you click on the gear, here's how you can make some quick changes. This is all you want to do. Maybe you want a different price range and then and a different minimum volume. So here's how you can really make a very quick change if that's all you want to do. Or you can click on the advanced. And here's how you can really customize it. Here I've got here are the filters that I'm not many, right? Here's my price range. Here's that volume again. And the change from the open, 2%. Okay. So, but if you want, maybe, again, here's how you can make those changes here. Maybe you don't care about the change from the open, or maybe you want a different value. Or if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add some more of your own filters in here. So that's a quick way then, instead of having to start a top list completely from scratch, how you can modify one that I'm giving you. So you modify it and just say okay, and then the race will be based on your filters. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. It's just a time saver, so you don't have to. So you don't have to start a top list completely from scratch. You can take mine. Now the other thing you can do is if you right click in the body of, like, you stop the race. So if you click on the box, that's going to stop the race. And then you right click in the body of the race and you see where it says show race setup. Here's how you can control the time that you want the race to run. Just some quick, don't get too overwhelmed by all this, but most people say, well, I want to run a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race. Why are you running a 4-minute race? I picked a 4-minute race years ago. So that's what I've stuck with. No magic to it. That's what I did. A lot of people will maybe run a more traditional 5 or 10 or 3-minute race. It's up to you. Customizable. The other thing that I've done is I've checked auto start on load. So what that means is that when I load trade ideas, whenever that is, the race will start. And obviously I'm loading trade ideas in the pre-market before 9:30. Or if you load my race right now, it's going to have check auto start at time, and you'll see 9:30. Before, that's when I was starting my race. I did not want it to run in the pre-market, but now I do. So I uncheck that and I check auto start on load, so it'll start running whenever I load trade ideas. Obviously, if you load trade ideas after 9:30, that's when it's going to start. So again, don't get too overwhelmed by all this. It's all in the guide. Meanwhile, snail. What was there any room? Was there any? So I'm just looking here. I'm just trying to figure out why this is moving. Cuts the ARC license fee to 1.5 million a month for the amended deal. Okay, I guess that must be the reason why this is moving. All right, guys, take a look at this REPL. You can kind of see if it takes out 2 at some point. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Got hammered down yet. Well, it was already in a bit of a, already been moving down before yesterday, but it really got hammered down yesterday. And this, oh, that's right. This is that little bio that actually had a pretty decent bounce for a while. Had some bad news. I think I want to say they had a second FDA rejection of its drug, and that's what caused it to move down. But you never know. People are always looking for bottom fishing plays, and it's over $2. You never know. All right, guys. So now I've got to. I want to find something. How about the IREN now? 87. Okay, so IREN's having a bit of a pullback. This is more. This is a crypto play. So just the 2 trades so far for me today, guys. The FSLY short, which Worked out quite nicely. And then the NSFU long, which I basically got out flat. Haven't been able to concentrate on really any of the alerts I'm getting here. So Oracle is still up for the day, but it is not up as much, okay, that it was this morning in the pre-market. Oracle is starting to move down. This is the two-time ETF of it. Now, Mara was the trade of the week. I see Ryan. I bet you Mara is doing quite well then. If it took out 10, Mara is probably doing quite well. Yeah, okay, so the trigger was 10. Okay, trade of the week. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You get an email with the idea behind it and with a suggested entry price and a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I know the trigger was 10, and of course it did that. I actually did it yesterday. Hasn't hurt, of course, that the fact that the market is ripping. And crypto. Well, you have to listen. I mean, if you call it a live trade, I said I was taking the FSLY short and I was taking the MSFU long. So those are the two trades I did. Okay. But I'm not going to tell anybody to do the same thing. I'm just going to point out an opportunity. And if it makes sense to do it, great. If it doesn't, based on your trading style, not just you, but anybody's trading style, then you know you're not going to do it. This is not a room in which I tell people what to buy or sell. Okay, I try to show people how to use the software. Number one, and of course, though, if I'll say, I mean, look at Lunar. I mean, this is something that I'm interested in maybe shorting now. Excuse me. You see what it did? It got into the VWAP. Okay, it plunged. It rallied. But there's the VWAP. Maybe that's stalling it. So I'm now looking at this as a potential short. But others might look at this and go, I don't agree with you. And so that's fine. So I'm waiting on this one. I want to see how well it holds under 24. Okay. Okay, guys. I took the short. Now, if it gets close to 24, I'm out. Okay. This could be a very quick trade. I'm talking about the lunar. But again, this is not a recommendation. This could be a very quick trade if it doesn't move the way I want it to. But I'm not going to let it go. I don't want to let it go over 24. I Maybe a little bit more. Rodriguez, Steph, I have a feel you don't have very much trading experience, do you? And that's okay. That's okay. You don't have very much trading experience, though, do you? And that's okay because you see, what in my opinion, right now, this could be still a, it could still be a decent short. It's underneath the VWAP. It's underneath a whole number, 22, which I'm always looking at that. I mean, it could be. Obviously, it was a lot better earlier on, but it could be. But I can't tell you. I say it could be that you just hop into the trade. It has, and then you have to know where if it doesn't work, if you're going to short this, where you're going to like where is going to be your stop? Where are you going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work? That's why we have a simulator using our real time data that you can use to practice trading. You start to see things like you might have said to yourself, "Well, I'll try this one and see what happens." In the simulator, understanding, where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? So what I would recommend you do is you take a look at our simulator. In a moment, I'll load it. Where is it? Now, don't get overwhelmed by all this stuff, okay? So to load our, I'm getting this error message. It's not you guys will not get that. So if you click on New from the toolbar, okay, New from the toolbar, and click on Brokerage Plus. And something like this is going to pop out. Okay, don't get too overwhelmed by everything you're seeing here. These are trades that I took earlier in the simulator, and I mean, could have been 2 weeks ago. But here's how you can use the simulator. First thing to do is click on brokers and trade. Make sure that it might say disconnect. Okay, so if you click on brokers here and then trade ideas paper trading connect. Okay, so now you're connected to our paper trader and it's using our real time data. Okay, so now when I click on a symbol, say I click on DNA. See how DNA loads right in that box there? So let's just say you thought, you know what? I like DNA. I'm going to try it. I want to trade it. Let me pick another one. I want to pick a slightly cheaper one. BTQ. Okay, I'm going to click on BTQ. See how I clicked on BTQ? It loads in here. I'm going to go over the money. I'm going to go over money management right now. And I wanted to pick this one because it's a relatively cheap stock. Let's just say that you really like this one. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 500 shares of it. This is a drop-down menu. You can either pick from the drop-down or, of course, type in whatever, excuse me, whatever you wanted. I'm going to click on the buy. Just a minute. I'm going to have to elongate this. One thing I don't like about it, but I have it. You're not going to get this error message, okay? This is because I'm on this dev. So you click on the buy, then you have to send it. And you're going to go in, and the bid ask was like 1 penny. So it's probably going to take the trade at $3.10. Okay, that was the bid ask. It went in right at the ask at $3.10. Now I'm going to put a stop in. Now, and I'm going to show you why I'm going to put a stop at $2.90. Okay, so on my screen now, you see a minus 100. So never mind all this right now. So the way I trade, and again, this is not the way anybody else has to trade, but I'll have a checklist of things that must be checked before I'll take a trade. Okay, now most are already checked based on my scans. I'm not going to see something outside the price range I want, out of the minimum volume that I want, other things. And it doesn't matter what mine are. Okay, you have to I mean, it should be obvious. So you don't want to see a stock that's traded 5 shares. Okay. So, but so what happens is I'm only going to see stocks that are at least in the price range and minimum volume and other filters that I have that I want to see. So the next step is I click on the symbol and then I look to see on the daily, on my charts, do I still want to take that trade? So the way I trade, and again, I'm just using BTQ as an example. Okay, it's not something I probably would have taken because of that high there. So let's just say though, I look at this and I say, okay, 310. Do I want to take this trade? Well, I'm doing this fairly rapidly. I've been trading a few years. Okay, I'll immediately look left and I'll say, okay, how far could it run if I look left on a daily chart before it hits that next high? So if I see the next high is far enough away, it becomes a candidate. But what does that really mean, far enough away? Because at the same time, I'm also saying, okay, if this trade doesn't work, where am I going to get out of the trade? Now, I put a 20-cent stop. I put it 20 cents below at 290, not because that is necessarily where I should get out of the trade, but actually looking at this 2-minute chart, there's some consolidation on the 2-minute chart around that 290 level. So that actually wouldn't have been that bad a place to put a stop. And I put it 20 cents away because I'm trying to make the math simple. Notice it says minus 100. So when you get into a trade, I'm doing two things. Probably I'm actually looking to see where my stop is first, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working, before I look to see if it makes sense, based on can it run a lot before it hits that next high in the daily chart. Because what has to happen, if I'm putting this stop 20 cents away, I have to be able to look left and see that it could run at least 40 cents before it hits that next high. Now, just because it can run 40 cents doesn't mean it's going to. But what I'm trying to do is I want to take one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. For me, that is the next high of the day on the daily chart. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. But for instance, if right there, the next high is 311. I wouldn't take this trade at 310 but what even if the next high was say 320? I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 10 cents, if that makes sense. Sure, it could just just because there's a next high at 10 cents away doesn't mean it's going to stop there 100% of the time. Of course not. But that's the way I look at things, okay? So I'm not going to risk 20 cents because I might think, man, it may stall 10 cents away. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 10 cents. I will risk 20 cents to try to make 40 cents. In other words, a 1-for-2 risk reward. And I put 20 cents as my stop because I wanted to make the math simple. Because the next step is, okay, how much are you willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work in terms of a dollar amount? So in this particular case, I said, you know what? If it doesn't work, I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. Don't think that if you take 500 shares and it's $3 that you're risking $1,500. You're not, unless you let it go to zero. Okay. So that's the whole idea of putting a stop in place where you get out of the trade at a manageable loss. And so I try to make the math simple. I'm saying, okay, I'm willing to risk on this trade 100. Remember, this is in the simulator. I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. How much you're going to risk per trade is going to be up to you, but hopefully it makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to want to risk $1,000 a trade. So that's why I put $100. Now, how much you should risk per trade? Remember, in the simulator, maybe you should, some people say you only risk 1%, maybe 2% of your account per trade. I don't know. I mean, you can test different percentages, I suppose. Some have different ideas about it, but one idea though: don't risk $1,000 a trade if your account is $5,000. The other thing that I do is I do not vary my risk amount by much. So in other words, I'm not going to risk $100 one trade, $500 another trade, $1,000 another trade, $50 another trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. Now, you can you can create an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do it by pointing to the cell that is going to be your risk amount per trade, the same amount. And so what you would do is you would put in your entry and your stop, and it's going to calculate how many shares you should take. Now, within reason. Don't get, don't have to get crazy. It says 488. Okay, take 500. It says 480. It says you don't have to get crazy about it. But, I try to keep it around the same amount every trade. And one thing which I'll so recommend not doing is you get stopped out $100. So you say to yourself, man, I better risk $200 the next trade because I want to make back what I lost plus make 100 on the next trade. And then you lose that one. Now you're down $300. You lose 200 that trade and 100 on the so now you're down 300. So you risk 400 the next trade. Well, I got to make that 300 back, and I got to make 100. I want to be up 100 by the end. And I'm just telling you that. Did I used to do that? Of course I did. Everybody would do that at the very beginning of their trading experience, I'm sure. One of the things I do is, even though I did take that MSFU early, is I tend not to trade in the first 15 minutes, okay? And I used to do it all the time. I used to, try to chase the big ones at the very beginning. Well, the big ones, the ones that are moving the most at the very beginning. And I'd lose, and I'd try another one, I'd lose, and now all of a sudden, the first 30 seconds, I'm down $500 or whatever amount I traded. Okay, and now you put yourself in such a horrible frame, and now you're playing catch up for the whole day, and you are, as Monica says, you're trying to revenge trade to try to recoup that loss that you've had in the first 30 seconds or 1 minute or 2 minutes, and you're trying to recoup it all day long. So I decided a long time ago, I'll discount that first 15 minutes. It's not like after 15 that everything is rosy, but it's certainly a lot less volatile than in the first 15. So in fact, if I were starting out, I might even sit out the first 30 minutes, just so that things tend to settle down a little bit. So now, how's that trade going, BTQ? So I'm down $25 right now. The last is 305, 310. Okay, that's where I'm in. So I'm down $25 on the trade. Okay. Now, if you want to get out of a trade in the simulator, you highlight it and you flatten it. Okay, that's what flatten does. Now, I would practice in the simulator until you can make money in the simulator when there's absolutely no pressure. You get stopped out of a trade, it's just play money, right? Until you can make money in a simulator, I would not connect to your live account. Okay, because let's face it, if you can't make money in a simulator when there's absolutely no pressure, how the heck do you think you're going to make money when you start trading live? Now, if you can make money in a simulator, then how long that's going to take, I don't know. I mean, some are, well, that Lunar is working well for me. How long is it going to take? I don't know. I mean, everybody is different. How much work are you prepared to, how disciplined are you by, eventually, creating some kind of a scan that you kind of like, and you start taking trades from it, and it looks decent. How are you obeying your stop? Because the other thing that can happen is, again, easy to obey your stop, right here in the simulator. But when you start trading, let's just say you took the BTQ, okay? Everybody in the room is talking about BTQ for some reason, okay? Everybody. And BTQ has some great news. News is not a reason for my taking a trade. It's a bonus, to be sure, but it's not, I don't have to see news in order for me to take a trade. But it has news, some fantastic news, it looks like, and it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And you say, you know what, this is coming back. How can it not come back? We're all talking about it. News is great. It's going to come back. So you don't obey that stop at 290. stop price should be here. I should add it as a column here. And you don't obey it, and now instead of risking 100, so now that $100 that was a manageable loss, now it's 280. So now it's 100, $150, and on and on and on. 280, 270, 260, 250, $2. So that $100 manageable loss is now turned into 500 or $1,000. Okay. By the way, guys, our OLR looks really interesting. It just took out 8. Okay. And that can happen. I'm going to guarantee you, even if you practice in the simulator, and of course it's easy to obey your stop, you just let yourself take another trade. Great. But I'm guaranteeing it's going to happen. That you're not going to obey your stop, and you're going to lose more than you wanted to on a trade. It's going to be the school of hard knocks. It might take a few times because you convince yourself that this is going to come back. Now, almost as bad is it does come back. You're down $500 and you're sweating, and then all of a sudden, whoa, it turns around, and now you're up $300, and you're so glad you didn't get out. Can that happen? Yes, it can. Of course, it can. But in my experience, and believe me, it took me a long time to. First of all, I didn't even know what a stop was. Not obeying your stop can really destroy your account. You do it over and over again. And again, almost the worst thing that can happen though is not obeying, and it comes back, and you congratulate yourself, and you start thinking, oh, you know what? I'm bulletproof. I don't have to obey my stops. Think of it this way: if it comes back, you know, it doesn't mean you can't get back into the trade. You get stopped out, okay, and for whatever reason, maybe the market, maybe it's one of these stocks that is more a little dependent on the overall market. And so all of a sudden, the market's doing this, moving higher and higher, and then some tweet comes out of nowhere, and the market, has a big down bar. You can't control that, okay? It's not that your whole method was wrong for taking the trade necessarily. It's that but you cannot. So you get out of the trade, and then maybe later on it sets up again for you, and you can always get back in. Okay. So I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. I know people want to start trading immediately. It block you from doing it, and that's I'm just going to tail off on the butt. Now the other thing is if you keep it's right here. Click on new from the toolbar, Jamik. Click on new from the toolbar, and then click on brokerage plus. Okay. And some reasonable facsimile of what I just loaded will be on the. Now you can, of course. Do I always obey? No, I always obey my stop. I always 100% obey my stop. But can I get out of a stock earlier than when? And do I have to let it hit the stop? No. If I don't like the way something is trading, I will. I'll get out maybe before my stop if I don't like the way it's trading, or maybe just what happened. What I'm saying, it could have happened. Maybe the market takes a downturn and it seems to be affecting the stock I'm in. I say, you know what? I can get out. So I don't. So even though maybe I've risked $100 on the trade, maybe maybe I get out for only a $50 loss if I don't like the way it's trading. This is really strange to me. Here's Apple again. Even though the market, I mean, this is not a large cap rally. Look at the Apple and Microsoft and probably Amazon and Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, can I recommend the settings to use when building an alert? So you're using bullish engulfing and hammer alerts. Okay, two that I don't use. Okay, but so let's just take a look at those. Whoops. So I don't use these, but let's just take a look at what your okay, so you're using I don't know what time frame you're using. I cannot tell you what time frame to use, of course. But if you're talking about the percent to use, is that what you're talking about? The percent to use? We're talking to AJ Burke in our YouTube room. Or are you talking about the other filters to use? I mean, I can't tell you what price range you use. I mean, that's, going to be something that you have to determine, minimum volume. I mean, I can suggest things, but is it the percent to use? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay, like volume. Well, I mean, that's going to really be up to you. I mean, are you looking for stocks that are, I mean, really, that's going to be up to you. I mean, I can't necessarily recommend a price or market cap. I mean, it all depends on your style of trading. Like what, okay. How to do it though? I mean, if you select the alerts or click on search and go down to the filters. So, I mean, I can't really recommend a price range to you. I mean, it all depends on how you feel. I mean, here, I mean, personally, I don't look at stocks really over $50, but that's just me. Okay, so I think that has to be a little more personal. Like, I can't say, yes, you should only look at stocks from $1 to $50. Some out there only want to see stocks between 1 and 10. Some might say, you know what, I want to see stocks between 10 and 100. Okay. Now, minimum volume, I mean, I would probably, you might want to start off with 500,000 shares. Again, and then the relative volume, you might want to start up with two. Okay, so the stock is at least trade. So this is what you do. If you use two for the relative volume, meaning it's trading 2 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. What happens is this. What happens is, let's say you create your scan based on the price range that I has to be it has to be a price range you're comfortable with. Like I'm not comfortable with trading $1,000 stocks, but some are. Okay. I'm just comfortable. I'm not comfortable trading stocks under $1, but some are. It's just a person. That's sort of a personal feeling that I have. I like to look at stocks between 1 and 50. But what you can do is using the relative volume, and say you start off with a minimum of two, and then whatever price range you determine. And if you want to put say 500,000 shares minimum, create your scan, and then based on the bullish engulfing and the other one, and see how many alerts you're getting. If you're getting an overwhelming number of alerts, then increase the relative volume perhaps, or increase your volume. Okay, because you don't want to get inundated with alerts. There's no magic. There's no magic number that I'm saying. Okay, if you use two for relative volume, and in that particular scan that you're talking about, using bullish engulfing, it's a matter of trial and error. Does that make sense? Some days you may get a lot of alerts, some days you may not, depending on what the overall market's doing. Does that make sense? So then you could take that scan, and let's say you get just, I don't know what time you're probably going to run it, I guess, at 9:30 or 9:30 open, and all of a sudden, you get 30 symbols at once. You're getting too many alerts. Okay, so that's you know the relative volume filter is a great filter that can really help reduce the number of alerts you're getting. Okay, that will really help. Okay, you can start off with two. If you're still getting a lot, make it four. Make it eight. You know, just adjust it, and that'll help to really reduce the number of. Also, you might want to increase the minimum volume. Now, as far as market cap goes, all depends on what you want to see. I mean, I'm in this stop list window I'm using, or this race here. There's no market cap. Here there is a minimum 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. It really depends on what you want to see, like what you're used to trading. But I would start off with the relative volume filter and really make adjustment to that, and that'll really help to reduce the alerts per minute. I'm talking to AJ Burke in our YouTube room. Yeah, it is doing well. I saw this early. This is from our AI. And just to continue on with as a general discussion that I'm having with AJ Burke and creating scans and all, we get all sorts of emails saying, I wanted to see this stock. How come I didn't see it? Or can you create a scan for me to see this stock? Okay. We can create a scan for you to see that stock. That's not going to be an issue. The problem could be though, let's just say the relative volume. I'll use you, AJ Burke, as sort of the guinea pig in this. Let's just say you use two or three or four as a relative volume. And then later on in the day, say, man, no, I missed this stock. ABC. You missed ABC, and you say, and the relative volume for that was only two, and I missed it. Well, you know what? I'm going to reduce that relative volume then to two because I don't want to miss that stock again. Well, you're right. You won't miss that stock again, but by reducing your relative volume or some other filter, you may introduce another 20 stocks you didn't want to see, if that makes sense. You can always create a scan to see anything you want, but the problem can be that they're not all going to do like that stock did, and you can see another 20 that don't do anything like that, and it gets overwhelming again with the number of alerts. It's like now finding that needle in a haystack. Which one do you pick? So you have to mentally deal with the fact that sometimes you're going to miss things that you wouldn't have. That what, man, I wish I hadn't missed that. But yeah, I can adjust my scan so to see that. But you got to move on psychologically from that. Okay. The other thing, I mean, listen, I mean, you can, and that's why I think people can get overwhelmed with trade ideas. I've got too much going on right here. The only reason I have all this going on, I would probably not have both these races. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it interesting for people to follow all this. But if I were just trading completely on my own, you know what? I'd probably be just using for a while anyway. The most new highs and the most new lows, and just figuring out a way to trade these. I mean, something that's traded 618 new highs. That's probably something I want to follow all day long. So this is what I really want to say is you don't get hung up or Because when I first started with Trade Ideas, just as a subscriber, like anybody else, I didn't want to miss any type of setup out there. And so I probably had, without a word of a lie, I probably had 10 alert windows, 10 top list windows. Not the top list doesn't fire off the alerts the same way an alert window does, but clicking like mad on symbols all day long and getting nothing done. And so I had to really look myself in the mirror and say, you know what? You've got to reduce some of these scans. And it was really hard. Oh, but I can't get rid of that one. I can't get rid of that one. And it was really hard. It's like, getting rid of your old favorite shoes or something, your old sweatshirt that has been hanging in your closet for a long time. You don't want to get rid of it. It's just, it's hard sometimes to get rid of something. But I had to do it. I had to pare down, and then I had to deal with the fact that, man, if I hadn't got rid of that scan that I did yesterday, I would have seen that stock. Yes, that's true. So my recommendation, if you're starting out, I wouldn't have more than 3 alert windows and maybe a couple of top lists, and that's it. Or a couple of races, and that's it. And even that could be too much. If your alert windows are like firing off like every single second, getting a new alert, new alert, new alert, that's too much. Wow, it's been a fast morning for me, guys. 11:30 already, so in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. And Andy, I just got a confirmation, so Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room in about half an hour from now while I take my break. I don't know if you're kidding, Michael. You don't have enough alerts, and you just reduce your. If I don't know if you're kidding, then reduce them and lighten them up. If your parameters are too tight, now depends what you mean by too few alerts. I mean, you can have a scan that gives you 10 alerts a day. It could be fabulous, though. It could be something to really focus on. No price targets, no. Just a stop gives you your stop. No price target though. Now, how you can use TI Wave though? Let's take AOSL as an example. Okay, so let's just say you took this AOSL from the AI. Okay, and there was the what time was it there? 9:40. So right there. So even on a 2 minute chart. So this is what I would have done. If you it depends on the time frame that you're comfortable with, but if you look at a 5 minute time frame, other than that little move right there, there'd be no reason to get out of this trade. Okay, on a 5 minute, even on a 2 minute chart, you just sort of ride the wave up. If you wanted to take a little bit off here when on that little down out or down candle or bar, you could have taken some off here maybe, and then you just hold on. And until the wave changes to orange, you just hang in the trade. So I have found that using TI Wave has kept me in trades way longer than I ever used to. Way longer. If you don't have the wave on your charts, then I can show anybody how to get the wave on your charts. The TI Wave on your charts. It's a great visual aid. See how this has changed from orange to blue? So that's the whole idea of the TI wave. It's sort of giving you the trend. Orange is the weak trend. And then you get a transition to the. Now, does it mean you just hop in the trade? I wish it were that easy, but you can see now that maybe, I mean, there's the VWAP up above. I mean, it's too late now. For me, I wouldn't take this trade, okay? I would not because it's perhaps a little too extended. Plus, a lot of people have just been hammered down on this one. I got in earlier. They're probably a little bit shy. Man, oh man, this market. Yeah, let's take a look at Twist. You're talking about here's the wisdom tree. Again, I haven't looked at anything from here really all day or here. I've been concentrating more on the count of the stocks that are up the most and the stocks that are down the most, count wise. All right, guys, back again. Well, this is another weak one, guys. GFL. This is really, really weak. Look at this move down. See how? So if you had been short this one, for whatever reason, maybe you stand or something picked up on the GFL short, right up there. Say you got in at 38.88. So you're riding it now. The minute you get these bars that start to jump, like get on top of the top of the wave, I would take some off. Okay, but in the old days, if I had been short this one, I would have been probably out of my entire position right here. Okay, getting a little nervous and it's going to pop up. If I'd been short this one here, I would have got out some of my position. And then, does it work this way all the time? No. But boy, then you just start riding that wave down here. If I hadn't got out anything here, I would have got out some right here on that little. The minute that bar pops above the wave on the short side, I would look at this. I mean, what a. I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. The GFL. See, I don't scalp. I mean, listen, I may get out of a trade for not much, but I don't go into the trade. Depends what you mean by scalping. What do you mean by scalp? Like, what is your definition of scalping, Jimmy? Again, I do not. Why would you get out of a trade if it's still working? I guess that's my. I mean, is it just hard and fast? You know what? I want 10 cents on this trade. I get 10 cents. I'm out. I mean, what? I don't understand that concept exactly. I mean, if the trade is still working, why would you get out? I mean, look how beautiful this is. Yeah, so you must be taking a lot of shares then, Michael. I mean, yeah, I mean, some people take like 5,000 shares of a low float stock, and if they get 2 cents on it, that's, if you can do that, if you can do that over and over again, great. I don't do that, but that doesn't mean, and I know there are people that do. It's just not my style. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:38. So, boy, it's been a fast morning for me anyway. Take a look at our sectors. I mean, virtually every other than well, I can almost guarantee XLE is not. Yeah, so the energy sector, well, it did have a bit of a bounce. Boy, look at Miggy. We saw Miggy a few days ago run from 169 up to 258, and then just kept moving higher. Look at Miggy, MIGI, probably a low float. Yeah, low float. Not a lot of volume though. Only 480,000 shares. The spread is 620, 630. Not a great spread. Well, guys, roller's getting closer and closer to that VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert above the VWAP. Not shortable for me. So, this would be one that I'd look at if it got close to the VWAP and it stalled. I'd be looking at that as a potential short, but I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, floor and decor. Okay, so next high looking left is 54.11. It looks like. It's sort of interesting to me. It's over the whole number. It is, 1.22. All right, CarMax. I got to take a look at CarMax. The only reason I see it right now is that it is thumbnailed on my other monitors, and you can kind of see what happened. I mean, it was hanging around that VWAP area, could not really get through it, and now it's starting to fall again. This is an earnings play for KMX. Now, my issue with it is too close to the whole number for me to take that trade. I wish it were at the whole number or just underneath. Okay, here's your uh-oh moment now for Snail, guys. So Snail just now, does this mean it's over for the day? Not necessarily. What happened with the RMSG yesterday? Not saying this is going to happen with the Snail, but SNAL halted on the way down. So I do have a scan here. This compare count upside versus downside movers. I do have a 50-cent low on this one, or a 50-cent price range of has to be at least 50 cents. So this is why I'm seeing some of these. I do this because I know there are people out there that don't mind trading the stocks under a dollar. So here's me guys. MIMI up 167%. Is it really? Mimi, no trade. Okay. Some brokers, I guess, including Interactive Brokers for the MIMI, you cannot, they won't let you trade it. So this one's got some room, guys. I remember seeing this one yesterday. The light wave logic got up, pulled back quite a bit, 1261, but it closed down here at 1135. Above the close now of yesterday, of course, up 32 cents above that close. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's just, I mean, look how nice. Remember now, guys, this is a 2-minute chart. You generally speaking, you're going to see a lot more chop, of course, on a 2-minute chart than you are on a 5-minute chart. So if you'd taken this down here, here is where you would have taken some profit. Okay, not necessarily get out of everything, take some profit here, but hold on. So we never did hit 700, did we? Okay, I'm going to put a price. Well, first of all, I'm going to put a price alert. So a couple of months ago, we hit around 698. Interesting, on a day that the market is ripping, everything is ripping. My most productive trade was the short of Lunar, and my least productive trade was the Going along Microsoft, the ETF from Microsoft. Yeah, you can ask questions on setting up scanners. Yes, I'll do my best to help you. I am going to take a break in about 14 minutes, but you can ask some questions. Sure. Talking to Cal's. I'm going to call you Cal, okay? Cal in our YouTube room. So you're talking about from the AI. Well, I don't know if people are putting price targets, but Maze is kind of ugly. I'll be honest. It looks very ugly. When I look at this chart, I just, it's to me, it's kind of an ugly looking chart right now. You got to hope that it's going to hold the VWAP if you're in it, but your stop, if you're looking at the stop, is 27.43. If you're talking about the AI, I'm assuming that's why you're bringing it up. But to me, it's a very ugly looking chart. Well, look what I said, guys. Snail is not over. It did not completely collapse. Came out of its halt. Okay, so a momentum style scanner that detects 10% moves. Are you talking like 10%, like it's got to be up 10% from yesterday's close or 10% from the open? What does that mean, a 10% move? Like 10% from, it's got to be up at least 10% from yesterday's close or something like that from the open? Okay, well, pretty simple to do. I have a momentum scan you might like, okay? Just give me a moment. I'm going to pop it in here. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the view scans, see the one that says Momo? I'm going to adjust it a bit, but you can click on it. I'm going to adjust it a bit. Okay. So it's a multi-strategy window. I'm going to break it out though. Okay. So here, okay, as a pure alert window. Okay. So here it is. Now let's make the adjustments to what you want. So of course, this is from this can be I'm looking at 1 in 100. So the current volume is at least 20. You don't have to have that. That's going to be excessive. If you want a volume pop, but here's what I'm going to do. Instead of, it's going to be at least 10% from the open, okay? Instead of 2% from the close, okay? Now, you may not get too many, but here's snail as an example. But can you see what I've done? You then can make the determination. I'll give you this. You can, and the trigger is going to be a new high of the day. You can make the determination if that's the price range you want. Now that current volume of at least 20, that's pretty excessive. You're not going to get many alerts, so you can always maybe reduce it to 10 or something. I mean, that this is what I'm saying. It's sort of trial and error. I'll reduce it to 10, but the change from the open. If you don't care about having a volume pop, so the volume in 1 minute is 1,000% of normal. and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. It's going to give you some pretty big momentum moves. Current volume is, I mean, you can leave it. I mean, the relative volume, that means it's going to be at least 10 times normal up to this time of day. So let's just see. Let's see what happens. So here's the AOSL. Okay, let me just get rid of this and this. So here's the AOSL. So the relative volume is 11.84. Okay, right there. You know, the minimum volume is fine. You can see we had a little volume pop right there. Okay, but right now, so I can give you this. You can leave some of the filters in, and let me just go over this again. If if you want the volume in the last minute to be at least 1,000% of normal, so you're going to see usually you're going to see a volume bar when you click on it, and 5 minutes 400% of normal. If you don't want those, then you can get rid of them and just keep that at least 10% from the open. Okay, but this gives you a template that you can adjust. That makes sense? So the way to give you now, you cannot use the current volume in the pre-market. So you would have to get rid, and you can't use the 10% from the open because it hasn't opened. Okay. You could use the change from the close, but you can't use the change from the open because the market hasn't opened in the pre-market. You'd have to change that to say the close, 10% from the close, and get rid of that current volume filter. Because if you use the current volume filter in the pre-market, you'll get no data. So you could go, so you could take this, okay, you could take this and use it when the market opens, like the 9:30 open. And then you could maybe copy it, duplicate it, and make some changes. You know, the big change you want is a new pre-market high, okay, as your trigger instead of a new high. You can use the pre-market high as your trigger in the pre-market, obviously, okay? You might want to start with this. Let me give it to you. Do I think the bottom's in? Oh, Jay, I have no idea. Do I think the bottom's in? It just takes one. I have no idea if I think the bottom is in. You mean here on the SPY today, or in general? Your guess is as good as mine. Well, Steph, I mean, obviously the AI is not infallible. I mean, just because the AI says it has an entry of 2888 doesn't mean it's going to work. Okay, I mean, if you believe me, if we could just follow the AI all day long and every single alert you got was going to work, I mean, we wouldn't have to do anything else in the world. But I mean, it doesn't. That's just because the AI gives you an alert doesn't mean it's absolutely going to work. So you want to know how the running up alert works? So for anything, what time is it now? I got to hurry here. Watch what I do, Al. So I'm going to click on configure. Okay, in your alert window, click on configure. I'll do it again. Right click, click on configure. Okay. It's on configure. Okay. Then click on search. And you're talking about the running up. Okay. You're clicking on the running up. So if you click on, say, running up now or this running up, okay, click on it, left click on it, highlight it, and then you click help. That is going to give you a big, solid definition of what it's all about. Okay, understanding the running up now filter. Okay, so you ask, how does it work? Just read through this. Gives you a really good definition of everything, much better than I can do. I don't use this one. Okay, so but that gives, and that goes for any filter that we've got, any alert that we've got. You can just you can just click on it and click on the help. You're going to get a great definition, a very detailed definition. Okay. So if you want to see stocks at an all-time high, Jay, we do have a position in theory. You could use the new high in 365. Okay, 365, or we do have a lifetime. We do have a lifetime filter, position and lifetime range. So if you wanted to see stocks really near the all-time high, you could put 95 here. Okay, so it's not quite, or 99 or 98, whatever that number is that you like, and then you can use this filter, and you're going to see stocks really near the all-time high. I mean, if you put 99 there, you're going to see stocks like almost right at the all-time high. So it could be just below. It could be at an all-time high though, but you might want to see stocks that are like a minimum 99%. Or I've never used this, but I suppose in theory you could use the new high and add the alert and put 365, and I guess that'll give you a 365-day high. But that's not a lifetime high. That's not a lifetime high. Okay. So forget that. So I would use the lifetime, like the lifetime range filter. Okay, and you're going to see stocks right near the high, its lifetime high. If you say put 99 in that minimum. Okay, makes sense? I just don't use it, Jay. Okay, I just don't use it, so I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm sure some use it, RSI divergent, or there's very few. But again, if you want to learn about what it is, if you're interested in it, and you just click on alert window and just type in. Why isn't do we have? I guess we don't have RSI divergence, do we? So we don't have RSI divergence. So I don't know. I mean, now, guys, I'm going to have to leave. I think Andy might even popped in here. So just give me a moment here. I have a few things to do. You might want to ask Andy. Okay, he might have a completely different idea about this. Do I think it's a good? It's hard for me to answer that because I don't use it. Okay, Jay. So it's not that I'm not going to say no, it's not good. It's just that I don't use it. No experience with it. So Andy, if you've popped in the room, just give me a moment here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So let me just put my my announcement up on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, that's the first thing. Next thing is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Uh-oh, did I accidentally delete the main room? Please.
I don't know.
I think I did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have to start it again. Andy, take over for me.
All right, buddy.
And I
Yes.
know Pepe.
Enjoy
Okay,
your
thanks,
hour.
Andy. I'm going to have to get the main room up and running again.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye,
See you in
buddy.
about an hour.
Good luck. Yeah. Hello, traders. Let me see. You guys can see my screen okay and hear me okay? I hope. Barry was kind of in a hurry. But let me know if you can't. I think everything, it looks like I'm sharing, so everything should be working properly. All right. Thank you, Pepe. How you doing, buddy? Hi, Trader 77. Good. Good. It's a pleasure to be in here with the change in the market sentiment. as of late. So I mean, yeah, let's hope it keeps going. Hi, Billenberg, how are you, buddy? This is the support webinar. My name is Andy, and if you do have any questions, I think let's see, Jay was asking a question. I can throw my 2 cents in worth in. So I mean, as far as RSI, Steve actually uses that quite a bit. He looks for RSI divergence. I do like it when I see it. I think the important thing is you wait for confirmation, because a lot of times, I mean, obviously, there's no indicator that's fail safe. So you just want to make sure, like with any indicator, you want price to confirm your logic behind your indicator. Uh, is the cinnamon? I'm not sure what the cinnamon is. I really don't know what you're talking about there. I mean, cinnamon rolls are bullish, but I'm not familiar with that term. But I am familiar with RSI divergence, but I don't know if cinnamon's part of the strategy. Yeah, once again, if I can find a case, if you have a case for one that may be showing some RSI divergence, it'd probably be best if I pulled it up. Uh, and once again, I think my entry is going to be determined by price and not any indicator. Okay. Uh, the cinnamon. Okay. Yes, uh, it can lead you to, down the path, to some interesting concepts behind what's happening. But once again, a lot of times, let's basically, the RSI is just kind of where the candles are closing. So let's say you're looking at a daily RSI. Okay, the stock is going up, but maybe every day it's like closing closer to lows than it is to highs. Okay, so what that will do is drive down the RSI versus a very strong bullish chart that's, moving higher, closing near highs. It kind of gives you an idea of what's happening in the price action during the day, like gapping up. Maybe the sellers are taking advantage of the gap up and driving it down, to lows that day. So that'll create a divergence. But once again, the price action is what I look at. So if I'm looking at a daily chart and I see uh, let's look at a really bullish chart, but the RSI is kind of dipping lower, that tells me, hey, this may be getting tired. It may be time for a reversal. But once again, I can't tell you with an entry without maybe looking at a chart. But I do want it to somehow show some weakness on the daily, whether that be breaking a 10 period moving average, a 20 period moving average. Uh, Taking out the prior day's low is sometimes a good example. Let's look at a stock that I'm in right now. Been in for a long time. It's Intel. It's strong, and now if it continued like this and it was going higher, but with red bars, you might see some RSI dipping down. But that gives you no reason to enter the stock without the price action kind of giving you an idea of where you might want to enter. And that would be maybe this 10 period moving average, breaking the 10 period moving average, taking out a 3-day low, whatever your trigger is going to be. But you need your trigger to be based upon technicals and the price, and not just what the RSI is doing, if that makes sense. SMH. Okay, let's take a look at SMH. Wow. Let me take a look at that RSI. I haven't put one on these charts yet, so let me see if I can find an RSI here. New chart area. Let's go with the red and let's add it. Okay. See, to me, that RSI is not weak at all. That's a very strong RSI. Now, what you could do is, I'm not sure why lose my other. Anyway, whatever. We'll go back to that. But if you see the action in the daily chart, uh, continuing like it maybe goes sideways for a while and it's still kind of not making a lower low, but you see this RSI maybe rolling over and getting below, 60 or something like that, or around 50, and you see the stock just kind of meandering up there near highs, that may be a key. But right now, that's not. Uh, I don't know if you're looking at a different time frame, but I'm looking at the daily, and that's a very strong RSI, in my opinion. Let me see if I can get back to. But it's a great concept, and it's something definitely to keep an eye on. But once again, it's no reason, and like let the price action dictate your entry, and not just where the RSI is, because that can change really quickly. It may be going down, the stock's not just kind of going sideways, closing on lows, and next thing you know, it rips up and the RSI turns up. Yeah, okay, you're looking at lower time frames. Well, that may be good for a day trade. Okay, but if you're looking for a swing trade, I think I'd keep it. We can look at a 15-minute real quick. I don't know why I can't see whatever. I'm not used to these things. There's a 15-minute. It's still not that weekly. Maybe you're looking at a 5-minute chart. But once again, always let the price action. I got to get rid of this because it's driving me crazy. How do I get rid of it? There we go. Let's just do this. The 15-minute and 30-minute. Well, I could just kind of pull up a 30-minute, SMH, because and where is the RSI on it? I'm not going to add another RSI to these things. It's driving me crazy. But I did pull up a 15-minute when I had it over here, and that RSI was not that weak. Yeah, there's I've yeah, Jay, I don't know why that RSI would be rolling over, because it's a very strong chart. It's actually on the 15-minute. It's near highs on the day. So can you give me a number where you see the RSI? I mean, just because it may be making a little bit of a turn downward, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, you need to get that thing driving down toward 60, 50 or something like that, not just hanging out, maybe going from 75 to 70. There's Tesla hitting its 20-day moving average. All right, let's get up here and let's see. Somebody asked, so I am looking for a momentum style scanner that detects 10% moves and above for the stocks that have higher than normal volume. So for stocks that are on the move and have been moved up more than 10%. Well, it's easy really to do. I mean, it's I don't know, since you want it up that high before it even appears on your scan. I don't know if you're looking to fade or you're looking to just continue the momentum. But let's see, I probably have one in here. Just put in 10. That's gap. 10% move right there. We could take a look, see what's been coming through today. So there you go. This is probably a good one right here. Gives you the relative volume. stocks that you're going to see the change from close here, and they're all going to be up 10% or more. Well, anything above 10%, if you don't cap it, it's probably going to be on the top gainers. Okay, so if you're trying to catch them before, you might want to cap it. So in other words, maybe you want to put 10% and then put a maximum of 15%. But regardless, you're going to see these as they all come through. Okay, when they start coming through this morning, there's Repel. It's kind of an ugly B. Had some news overnight. There you have the trigger, continued momentum. Uh, Let me share this, and you can always kind of play around with it. I mean, this is basically, we look at the configuration here, and it is very simple. Okay, change from the close, it has to be up 10%, just what you're looking for. Price $1, relative volume 2.5. That assures you it's just not moving up on poor volume. And then volume today, 200,000 shares. You want to eliminate those stocks that may only be doing 50 or 60,000, even though the relative volume may be strong. So yeah, this is a pretty straightforward scan, and you can always come in here. Maybe if you don't want to see the ones that are already up 60%, you could always come in here and just put, well, if they get above 20%, I don't want to see them anymore. I want to catch them earlier. All right, so let me do that. Let me put this back on real time, and I will share it with you. There you go. All right. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm going to call you Cal because I can't pronounce that whole name. All right. While we're waiting for more questions, if you guys have any questions about stocks or charts, be sure to throw those in the chat there. We can always look at those. Plus, we may get a good idea from it. It's been a good couple of weeks of trading. It's kind of been nice. Ah, this coin is close to highs. It's one. I think this one, if Bitcoin can get going, let's just take a look at IBIT and need to. Now let's go ahead, pull the Bitcoin chart up. And it has a little different attitude in Bitcoin lately. And because what I've been seeing over the last 4 months is anytime it makes a new highs, you get these quick moves, but they're extended. I mean, they get clobbered, and you could go back over time and look at it. All you got to do is pull up the 4-hour chart, and you'll see what I'm talking about. These are the 4 hours. Every time it kind of tickles a new high, bam, just gets killed right here, right here. But now it's a little bit different. I mean, a lot of people were probably anticipating this move to just be countered like it has been. Not seeing that anymore. Not only that, we're seeing some consistent 4-hour volume, except on the down moves, which that's what you want to see. Huge move right there. So it's got a different attitude. It really does, and I'm hoping this continues because I think could present some really good opportunities for a lot of these Bitcoin stocks and Bitcoin. I am in IBIT, I am in Coin, I am in ABTC and Mirror, although I sold most of my Mirror this morning. Let's take a look at the daily. Okay, so this is what we're seeing here, and still, needs to get back above this high right here. I'm hoping it does it today. Some decent volume over the last 2 days. We'll see, but not out of the woods, that's for sure. I just kind of like the way it's been acting lately. We'll see what happens. Oh, that was an old one from this morning that I didn't get filled on in my uh paper trading account, but I got filled on my, let's see, where is she at? Coin. I got to take that off. But I think Coin, it was the top pick on the eye today through 80, and basically it's where it opened up and went pretty quick. I know it's been tough to take those kind of trades, but this one may just be getting started, especially if Bitcoin's going to break out. You know what? That's definitely subjective, Cal. You can do either. I like using change from close, but a lot of people like the change from open. What you can do is just use that same scan that I sent you, and you can make you a column, change from open column, so you can see both. That's always a neat little feature. So if you see something up 10% uh, from the close, but you look over there and it's up 20% from the open, that tells you, man, it tried to gap down and there's a lot of buying going on. Okay, I am going to raise this stop up. It breaks it. I like to see that Bitcoin hold on to that 10-period moving average. Let me also do it in my account. The pre-market really doesn't matter. I mean, if you see it's from yesterday's close, but if you see something in pre-market and anything, a change from the close is going to be the same as a gap. Okay, so if you look in the pre-market gappers, up gappers, and you see a stock gapping up 10%, well, the change from close is going to be the same. So yes, it's always looking at the change from close from yesterday, regardless if you're in pre-market or live trading. So what you'd want to do is change from open is going to do it from today's wherever it opens. Okay, so let's take coin for example. Okay, coin's change from close is going to be up a lot more than what is changed from the open is. Okay, because it closed yesterday at 175 area, but it gapped up to 180, so it's going to be $5 higher. So the change from open, if it were to gap down and then did this, obviously the change from open would be a lot higher than the change from close. So like I said, it's just subjective. You can it doesn't matter. To what matters to me is the daily chart, but uh you like I said, a lot of people will use both. You can see down here in my swing trade watcher, I do have change from close and change from open. Okay. Qs are trying to go to highs. Microsoft is finally getting going. I loved it yesterday. I was actually in it, and they had some bad news that came out in the morning, and it rallied. And that's what you want to see, a stock that's been downtrending for a very long time. When it starts to move higher on bad news, that's a really good sign for a turnaround. You're welcome, Cal. This one, at some point, it's going to break above this 200-day and get going. I have been real patient in this one, been in over a month, but I have been taking some profit. Same thing with the zebra down here. Now, zebra is finally above its 50, but another one I've been in for about a month. God, I was going to watch his APLD today. I like the way this thing was trading after a gap down on earnings. They crushed their revenues, but their bottom line was kind of weak. But market doesn't care. IMAX setting up maybe for another push. This one's one to keep an eye on. Actually, the float used to be a lot smaller though. Yeah, that's setting up nicely. Marvell and so getting back to your Jay, you're overbought. I mean, some of these are getting tired. This Marvell have been in. Intel obviously is tired today. Uh, so I could see where, at some point the SMHs, the RSI may start turning down, but you just got to be careful with those momentum stocks because a lot of people are just looking for pullbacks to buy more, or get in. I've scalped out of most of these, taking some nice profits from Intel and Marvell, but I keep my little small core position to add to it if and when it pulls back. Apple's kind of crazy. It's Apple seems to run up when everything else is puking. It's kind of weird. I think you need to let it get through that triple high there, those triple wicks. Couldn't do it today, but you can see there it's a pivot level for sure. You got going back over here, zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, you got a lot of data points that create this pivot level. So key level there, let's call it 262 area. And I yeah, hold on just a minute, guys. I stole the keys. Hold on. Sorry, I'm sitting here chatting away and I'm on mute. Sorry about that, guys. You should be able to hear now. Yeah, I just my wife, I had to yelling for the keys, so I had to mute it. But sorry about that. I was just talking about the Sats. How I think it was last Friday. Uh, I was in it, and it wasn't really doing anything until we got off the air here. It just had a massive move, and I didn't get to. I was frustrated because I didn't have a price alert in it to add, like I'm putting in right now. Yeah, I'd be real surprised if Tesla got through this 20, but who knows? You can see that's where the trouble has been lately. Like just going back to this chart here of the last couple of months, you just cannot, get a close above the 20 period. So if it does, that could be encouraging. Yeah, yeah, it's real easy to create a top list from a scan. Let me just grab instead of me trying to go through it. It'd be easier because if I do it just one time, you might not catch it all. So let me just go to our handy dandy user guide because this way should be a video in there and everything. Let's see. It's called collaboration. Alert top list collaborate. I don't know if you're collaborating from which one. Anyway, it'll be right below it. Let's take a look. Okay. Yeah, this will walk you through the instructions. It's really easy to do. Has a little video in there that makes it easier. And basically, yeah, just use that. No, it's just a matter of a lot of people. I like looking at top list, and then I could just sort by whatever column I want to. So a lot of people like alerts. They want to see in real time when it's hitting a new high. Or you can have them side by side. Maybe you can get an idea, do a position in range, and you can see one's pulling. Maybe it's pulling back, and you can look over there and see where it is and its position in range. Jay, are you talking about day trading or swing trading? Okay, lower it. Been standing for a while. That would depend, Jay. If you're talking about day trading or swing trading, it's quite a bit different. But well, I think I know how hard day trading is. I did it for 17 years, made a living off of it, so I know how difficult it is. Swing trading is a lot more calmer. It's You don't have to get so tied up into every tick and you just use your stops. Use risk management is very important, and whether you're day trading or swing trading. Uh, Honestly, I mean, if you have the funds, I mean, I can make a lot more money day trading just because, you have that margin, and anytime you sell a stock, it resets right there on the spot. Whereas swing trading, you're tying up capital. You're not getting in and out looking for big moves, or real quickly and scalping it. So yeah, I mean, a good day trader is going to outperform a good swing trader, all things being equal. In other words, if they have the same account size. Uh, okay, there's that SATS alert. Let me add to this. I hate this time of day, though. I'm going to be patient here. Let it get. Well, with day trading, I would I here's the key to day trading. I think too many people look at the intraday chart, when the real picture is on the uh, daily chart. Let's take a look. Maybe Holly has some ideas today. Probably not. Only has one trade. Good night. Is this a bug on why is it not showing me just showing me an arrow and not the entry? Oh, well, uh, well, the entry is 3003. And that's kind of I'd rather catch that, down here. Let me pull up my scan and give me a good scan here. Master Blaster is a good one. Because I use this a lot. This is when I was a day trader. I actually had this kind of same scan. And typically, when you're playing these momentums, uh, that's kind of stuff you're looking for. Is something that's kind of breaking out of a range. Okay, if you're just using a regular momentum scan without any uh, filters in it to show you that the stock is breaking out of at least a 5-day, a 10-day range. On this one, it has to be breaking out. It has to be hitting a 5-day high. So I don't want to see things that are just doing volume, but they're right in the middle of a range, like it may have been doing over here. Let's say it took off that day and it's just in no man's land. See if I can find another good example. Yeah, that's probably it. TSSI. This is the one I'm in. Yeah, that one's a tough one too. I'm seeing a lot of tough ones. There's the one that uh, I'm not seeing a lot of the good ones today, honestly. Let's scroll up, get away from these ones that fire off at first 10 minutes of the day. Boy, a lot of stuff coming through. That one's not a bad one. I mean, because you got it. I know you have this area over here that it's trying to get through, but if it does get through there, there's a real good chance it's going to fill that, fill that gap, go another $2. But that's the kind of stuff you're looking for, breaking through, a 50 period moving average. You only have one little level over here of resistance, could get through that. That's the kind of stuff that, that I'm kind of, looking for. Now, this one, not on this day, per se, because you got that resistance right above and have to go back quite a bit. But, something like this, if it came through on this day, which is a good chance it did because it had decent volume, that's kind of stuff you're looking for. Something that's breaking out of a range, okay? And not just trade in any and everything because it has, see, this is it's kind of ugly. If you caught it early, it's a nice little trade, but it's running right to its 50 period moving average. And look at all this congestion over here, and that's why it's backing off right now. So that's the one we already looked at. RGTI knows these things are kind of ugly. Looked at that one. Yeah, a lot of these one stocks are just been beaten up. But remember, you only have to find one. I mean, it's not like you have to go through here and say, well, gosh, that one doesn't look good. That one doesn't look good. This one wasn't bad. Okay. See what's happening here? See when this thing came through earlier? It probably came through around 524. Okay. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for. Something that's kind of breaking out, hitting a 2-month high. When you see things like that, you can have a little more conviction that this thing's going to go. There's a good chance it's going to go all the way up here to, 572. Path of least resistance. There's nothing to stop it from going to that level. So that's when I'm looking, when I'm trading, day trading, I'm looking at momentum scan, and this is something that I would have had up back during the day, but I'm looking for levels that, this one, not bad. Breaking through this level, good chance it's going to make it to $40. So that's what you want to do. As a matter of fact, uh, I got a scan Barry shared with me years ago, and it's called Next High, I believe. Distance to next high. See, this will actually kind of give you a column that will show you what's the distance to next high. And let's take a look at this SGI. You had 137. Now it did not make it there yet. It's backing up. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but that's typically the stuff that I'm looking for. You can see a lot of those XGIs. Not sure why some of these fields are blank. Huh. So I hope that makes sense. I mean, regardless of what kind of scan you use, you want to configure it to where it's at least breaking out of a range, maybe hitting a 5-day high, and then focus on the daily chart. Okay, that's the true picture of where a stock may be headed. Okay, that's where you're going to have your real support resistance. It's going to be on the daily chart. And so for example, this would have been a great one, once it got through this level right here, because, your next high was way up here. And look, it got there. Okay. That was a dollar move and then some. So focus on the daily, regardless if you're day trading, just be careful just using a momentum scan when stocks are just in the middle of no man's land, just right in the middle of a range, because there's too much that can trip you up. Okay. You want to look for clear air. You want to look for things that are breaking out of a level. You can see this is kind of a pivot level right here that it got through at 1688 and went a whole nother buck, to that next level. They have a tendency to do that, especially when there's volume involved. Hmm. Yeah, I can tell you. Yeah, yeah. So many people are just trying to sell stuff. You're trying to get you to join their chat room, trying to do this. Yeah, there's tons of noise out there. I mean, I can now swing trading's a lot easier for me because I can look at those daily setups. I can look at those daily setups and find stocks, like this Dynegy that I'm keeping an eye on, and you know, key level right there. Maybe it doesn't do it today. I'll be watching this one tomorrow, and that way I know kind of what I'm looking at. And honestly, these setups can be great for day trading as well. Okay. So what's happening when you find these setups using our software, and you can use my trader's eye homework. I saw this on the homework this morning, and I will share it just in case anybody would like to have it. And you find these setups, and it doesn't take you but about 30 minutes, you know, 30 to 45 minutes to go through and mark them up and then come in with a game plan. Because when you see these setups, and I can't tell you how many times, uh, well, take look at coin today if you were a day trader. Okay. Now that one is probably you're probably you guys are probably thinking, well, Andy, that's right in the middle of it. It is, but uh I had my logic behind it because I knew Bitcoin was strong. Okay. I knew this one was lagging big time behind the Bitcoin chart. And so uh this is one, that I actually started nibbling on yesterday just because it was lagging and it had some kind of support down here. Uh little bit, and then I added to it this morning. Actually, had so much conviction that I added to it in pre-market uh, because I didn't want to wait for that 80. I was, had a lot of conviction. But getting back to like that Dynegy, okay, so you're looking at this setup. It was in the scan today. Might not go today, but this is one that'll definitely be on my list again tomorrow. And if it breaks through this $20 range, I'll be all over it. And it's a good chance this is one that once again, you want to look at what's happening on the daily. Okay. If it gets through that level, there's a good chance this thing is going to run, at least a buck for you. It's not etched in stone, obviously. Nothing's etched in stone when it comes to trading. Okay. But I like the odds, so that's one that I'll probably be grabbing, and if it breaks through that 20 tomorrow. So by finding stocks like that are setting up, try to think of some more today. Airbnb was another one today that I did not get because I had so many stocks, but my call on this one was at 130, the high of this bar, whatever it was. Let's see, 131.01. So look at that, three $3 and some change. It ran. So if you're a day trader, now I know it's really tough, in the first you got to be careful what kind of conditions the market is. We've been very strong lately. If you would have tried this back a couple of weeks ago, there's the sats again. I didn't buy yet. Oh well, I got some. I'll just have to be patient. I'm not crazy about this time of day. But yeah, take a look at that homework and Steve's call. Mara, I mean, I kind of got with him on this one and said, man, that that Mara above 10 looks pretty good. And we both grabbed near lows in pre-market because we are kind of convicted. Apple just took off, huh? Let's take a look. Well, once again, it looks like it did have a good move there. Had almost a couple of bucks. It's in no man's land. If I were to take a chance on something like this, it would be small size. I wouldn't go in big because you're still kind of guessing because it's below its 50. It's right in the middle of its range. Uh, I would see if volume comes in. Yeah, it's a tough one. When it gets this time of day and they haven't gone, now you're thinking, "Oh gosh, if I wait to go up here, that's a huge move. I don't know if I won't let this thing run $3 on me before I buy it." So, that's a tough one. Now, what some people do is buy it off key moving averages. You had support down here, yesterday's low, and then you also had the 10 period moving average. If you want to nibble, I do that a lot of times. I'll just nibble in areas of support. And I see I got stopped out of some of that. Boy, I tell you that Bitcoin is frustrating. Geez, me. Well, I've already sold half of my mirror. This one's watching. I've already sold half of that in my account, so I'm gonna hold on to that. But yeah, there's uh, you know, I think I have a pullback. Is it called? Thank you. I'll take that. I hadn't pulled that up in a long time. I created one. I'll take that. Thank you. But a lot of times, this is one that I created for stocks that are. Oh wait, I didn't want all I wanted today. At the open, that'll pull back to certain levels. But you got to be careful with some of these because they'll keep going on you. It's not really been the kind of I haven't been using this a lot lately. I've had a long time, but it's a way you can create a scan, for stocks that may be strong but pulling back to their 10 period moving average. I tell you, man, freaking Bitcoin. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if nothing else, you can a lot of times you can just look at the configuration and kind of get some ideas. You can do it pulling back to the 20 period moving average. You can do it pulling back to the 50, whatever you want to do. But all right, I told myself I do not want to get this thing just slopping around coming back into this range, and it looks like it probably wants to do it again. That's really frustrating. And of course, you'll probably see the ABTC pull back some more. Probably see my coin, although it's holding up right now. It's definitely holding up better than Bitcoin. Probably should sell a little more Tesla right here. Ran right to its 20. I did sell some 37 there. This market feels like it's getting a little heavy. Well, let's see. I got this extreme volume, high pro low. This is probably, my best one. It's very similar to Master Blaster. It just doesn't have, you're going to find a lot. Let's take a look. This shows downside and upside stocks. WT was a nice one today. INOQ was coming through on volume, had a nice little push. That one didn't work. I don't know if these rigatonis coming through. Yeah, these are ones I like to catch on the bottom. I don't like trading these when they've had a couple of days move, although some of them did very well. On my daily chart, I use a 10. Actually, this one, typically what I'll do, this is not the one I use on my normal. I don't know. I thought I had all the ones in here, but it looks like I don't. But what I'll use is a 10, 20, the 50, and the 200. Simple moving averages. And those, I've been using those for 27 years. Just keep it kind of simple. But overall market strong, but it's had a nice run, and that's why I'm banging out some profits today. That's why I think I've taken half my Tesla off by now, but sold half my coin. It's not reflecting in here because I missed a buy in pre-market. Some stocks I'm not looking. Microsoft, I'm not looking to sell at all. I'm looking to add to that. Yeah, I can definitely share this. Let me just grab it from over here. Hey, Barry.
And I'm chewing gum, which is terrible as a presenter. So let me get rid of my gum. All right. So you're going to give a link, and then I guess you're going to take off.
Yeah, I think I will. Extreme high low. This will show downside stocks as well. Not seeing any today though, but that could change.
So we're talking about you being back on Friday, I guess.
Yep, I will be back on Friday.
All right. Can't wait. I can't wait.
And I'll also that Master Blaster you can actually find in Mo Momentum, the Mo Momentum channel down here. If you want to click on that Mo Momentum, that's you can find the Master Blaster in there. Well, Barry,
right,
did you get your room cranked up again?
Oh yeah, no, I just accidentally shut it down. It wasn't. It was my fault. It wasn't like there was a technical error. It was
okay.
Human error. The problem with the room is sort of like the YouTube room. It's browser based. So if I accidentally click the big X, everything goes. As opposed to just a program. So
I hear you.
So yeah, it only takes a couple of minutes. The good news is it doesn't boot everybody out. That's what I.
Yes, that's really good news. Because
I just have to get going again and get my screen sharing. So yeah, no problem.
All
right, my friend.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy, and I will see you Friday.
All right.
Bye, everybody. Thank you, Jay.
Guys, just getting back into both rooms. Give me a moment as I now get my music going. Everything. Now, the snail, telling you guys, this could be today's RMSG. Um, Still hanging over the VWAP. Okay. The high of the day, it's not that far above. Well, it's 180, but this could be like the late dayer. What time is it now? 102 Eastern time. So, it's just kind of hanging around, and if it ever, but you can kind of see the volume has just dwindled off. And if you get some volume coming in, I have a price alert, I think, set around 145 in case it starts taking that out on volume. It could have that late day run. AM. So AM is making new lows here, guys. AM. And so you know what? Not all, but a lot of the energy plays, of course. They're starting to drift down. Take a look at energy, XLE. Yeah. So I mean, yes, it's had a little pop, but boy, what a downturn so far. What's those of you who know some of you guys track the price of oil, Brent and all WTI and Brent. Are we still at 100 or are we over 100? By the way, guys, I almost made a rookie mistake. But take a look at the REPL, okay? William, glad to see you, by the way. The REPL, I almost made a rookie mistake because I put a price alert at 204 and it should have been 209, which is the high of yesterday. So, and I almost hopped in it thinking that was the high of yesterday. So I'm glad I didn't, but I have a price alert at 209, which is the high of yesterday. Remember, got beaten up because the FDA, second rejection by the FDA of their drug. Well, the benefits of a top list went, just give me a moment. I couldn't get it. You want to know why I couldn't get it? I couldn't figure it out. I thought, no, it's one of those ones I can't buy. It was halted. Shoot. Just so a topless window is used, Cal. If you want to see the stocks that are up the most, I mean, this is up to you. I mean, this is why we have different ways of presenting the data. So a topless window, like here, okay, all races start from a topless window. So if you wanted to know the stocks that are up the most today, from the yesterday's close, or up the most from the its opening trade, or stocks near the high of the day, or stocks, you can sort on the highest relative volume. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. So, it's a classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. I don't know why I'm showing minus nines here, but anyway, show me the stocks that are up the most today with the filters I've got, a price range, a minimum volume. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. It's sort of, so that's, if you found that beneficial, that's the benefit of a top list window. And then of course you can run a race. What is that? Just give me a moment. From the open. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, that's the benefit. Some people like that. It refreshes automatically. Yes. I want to say every 30 seconds. It's a little bit more than that. You can see things happening, but it definitely refreshes. But it's not meant to be a real time alert. It's just saying, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Like Snail, SNAL, it's up the most today, but doesn't it? But it's not at the high of the day. It doesn't have to be at the high of the day, as an example. but and it could have really pulled back, but it could still be up, say, the most based on the filters that you're using, price range, minimum volume, and all of that. Okay, so that is so do you want to use a top list? You can. I mean, you want to if you want to see stuff like that, but you don't have to. The reason why we have different ways of presenting the data. Some people love the top list. They want to just concentrate on the ones that are up the most today and figure out a way to trade them. As an example. Some people, no, I want to see a real-time alert when the stock makes a new high or a new 5-minute high or something like that. So some of the questions I see people asking, what's the best? There's no such thing as the best. Okay. Um, we all have different maybe trading styles. And so there's really no such thing as the best. So here it is, and therefore that's what's going to work for you. Okay. What a great ETF, shiny for three-time leverage. How much volume? Three-time leverage. Wow. Thank you. So Titan Hip. So $93 for WTI. Okay. Free delay. Did you get some support? Did you go over to YouTube? Maybe ask Andy. So where is this SNAL going to open? Going to open SNAL? Well, it looks like it's going to open higher. I mean, 148 is the halt. 152. There's your clue. Potential open. Got halted at 12:03. Sorry, got halted at 104.15. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 109 plus 15 seconds. So about 20 seconds from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Now, if this powers through the high of the day, I mean, it could just keep going. Okay, just open, guys. SNAL just opened. Boy, it reminds me of the RMSD from yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing. It just reminds me. Some upgrades too. Target raised to 350 from 275 and Noble Capital. Don't know them at all. Um, I guess this is the news well, this was news yesterday. Actually, it was not news yesterday. It was 4 days ago. I don't know what this means. Cuts the ARC. Don't know what this means. Cutting the ARC license fee to 1.5 million a month under the amended deal. I guess that's good news. But that was 4 days ago, April 10th. I'm still looking for round one, Paul. Remember the nukes at the beginning of the day, guys? How exciting they look? Yeah, look at this. So 11:26. It's not so much the number. That's what SMR got to, but look what it is. It's at the low of the day. My guess is that the OKLO, all those nukes, probably going to be about the same. Yep, look at that. High and basically at the low of the day. NNE, I'm sure is going to be the same. Whoa, okay. Well, that's why I'm glad I didn't take it. SNLA, SNL, SNAL just got halted on the way down now. So I see that AOSL didn't have a bad run now. Right here, AOSL, the entry was at, or the alert price was $30. When was that? Hmm. I thought it said 32 before. It did say 32 before. I don't know why it's been changed to 30. Is that what, do you guys see the same thing as I'm saying? I could have sworn this said 32 before. Now it says 30, so it looks good now, but and this is not a re-entry. Anybody verify that? Because I could, because here's the buy flag. Well, wait a minute. That's the buy flag, not the buy. Just give me a moment, okay? Get to a 15-minute chart. No, I'm wrong. Why did I think that was 32 entry? It was right here. Okay, right there, 3003. So somebody, Steph, you said, why did it go down? Well, oh no, you were talking about the maze. Yes, I'm sorry. You were talking about the maze. Well, maze is right back. You never know. I mean, later on, well, in fact, just as I'm talking about maze, look at some volume came in. I did not like the way it looked earlier. It looks a little bit better here, a little less disjointed, and some volume came in. Don't love the spread, 28.12, 28.28 though. So just because you get an alert in the AI doesn't mean it's infallible. Certainly not. Why FSLY just kept moving down after that little pop up there, kept moving down, FSLY. I guess Friedel is no longer with us. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. Not in the room anymore. Look at that Pell, guys. Now, you're looking if you're looking for a momentum trade or a momentum play, this movers to the upside, movers to the downside. I mean, these are typically, and this stock has not run away. It's only up 5%, but typically when you get alerts in the afternoon, you're going to get a big volume burst at the same time. I mean, there's a volume component in this. This is in the upside versus downside movers. You look at the volume. You just sort of see the volume bar, which is standing out. But it's like Andy said. I was listening to a little bit what he was talking about. And now he didn't say it quite the way I say it, but looking left. I always look left. So would I take this trade now? No. The reason being is that when I look left, the next high is 269. We're at 260 now, so I would not take that. Well, oh man, I mean, this could get interesting. I mean, the high right there is 112. We're at 111 right now. We got hammered down on earnings. Yes, hammered. Well, actually moved up on earnings. Wait a minute. Pre-market April 7th. So that was the reaction actually, and then the next day it actually soared higher. So it must have had other some other kind of news. But then after that, so 113, that's 112. So it's taking that out. Obviously, the next high. The first thing you would have to contend with would be the 200-day moving average, which is 183. Pretty extended though. Hmm. William, one, two, three, four. Could be a short here, William. AMPL. The high right there is 622, so it's a little bit above that high. I wish that had stopped it because because the next high is 702. So I suppose really watching this AMPL guys, I feel it's a little extended, not a little. Though I wish this had stopped it. The 622, 622. I wish that had stopped it. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I feel like I want to take this short of AMPL. Maybe a quick- Now, this is sort of what I consider maybe a bit of a scalp because I don't anticipate like a massive move. 613 is the VWAP. It's stuck right here. Boy, it's just stuck. AMPL is just kind of stuck. Not liking as much as I did. Got to keep watching it, guys. I'm in it, so I've got to keep watching it for a bit because it had a massive jump. You don't want to have a weird, you get these massive moves on the volume, and the volume dwindles up, dwindles, and then you don't see any move anymore. Got some news this morning. Some guy named Gab Menachem uh, signed on as the chief product officer. Actually, he's probably Menachem. Well, come on and move. Either take me out of the trade, or I'm talking about the AMPL. I am short. Yeah, I'm trying, but it's right where I shorted it. I'm just waiting for it to move one way or the other on me. Either take me out of the trade at 6:30, or move down. It's just stuck. Thank you. Thank you. 30 gets me out for sure. 30 gets me out. So I have to watch it though, because I don't want it to go right through 30. Just watching this, guys, and just the time in sales. You see how it's just not rapidly trading. One more penny gets me out. There's the high up here at 6:30, I believe. Yeah, it's starting to curl up here. I may just bail it right now. Yeah. Well, oh man. Okay, maybe not. All set to get out at 29, but then the bid ask dropped a couple of pennies, so I'm going to hang on just a little bit longer. I'm going to put a price alert down here. Okay. Meanwhile, let me go over my homepage one last time today. I have a thumbnail in my other chart, so I'm going to be able to keep an eye on it, of course. Okay, guys. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's how you can do it. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that works on our both plans, our standard and our premium plans. Okay. And all I ask, as always, use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these two rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the other room, the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what this is all about, the trading room is all about a lot more interaction with other traders. Also, it opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for to interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi. I don't. It was early for me in Vancouver, so Obi does it for us. I get on the mic for both rooms at around. Whoa! Look at Snail, guys. I don't know if Snail is dead yet. Don't look at it though. Um, so I get on the room. I get on the mic around 9 o'clock. Now, guys, some of you know I've got some things going on with our pet, so it's sort of hit or miss. I'll call it between 9 and 9:15. Okay. Then I go to about anywhere between 2 and 2:30. I can always stay later if there are questions, though. And though when I do leave, William typically keeps the room open after I leave the trading room. And I think you might have said 3:30 today, maybe 3:45. That will be up to him. When I leave, I'm not on the mic anymore, but I still display my layout. Okay. Also, if you keep scrolling down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you take out a subscription or you're wondering about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on my homepage link and then scroll down, education section, more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory that you do this if you've just taken out a subscription. And if you don't have if you're wondering about taking out a subscription, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us. You can always try us for a month. The monthly subscriptions are just, well, that's what they are, just month to month. You can cancel anytime. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. Okay? And last, if you're looking for some of the information, scans, etc., that I'm sharing. So if you hit if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans, here they are. So here are the two races, the large cap race and the more volatile race is here. This is the one that I was talking about in the afternoon. When you click on these alerts, you usually get a big volume spike also. And if it's in green, it's a new high for the day. In red, a new low for the day. This is what they call the upside versus downside movers. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and here's the halt resumes. And I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. A momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up-down scan. I don't have these up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, I don't have them up and running now. Next week could be a different story. I could take a look at one of them and say, you know what, let's see what this one's doing now. So guys, I have this feeling. I just have this feeling. Okay, here's the high of the day, 180, I think. All right. Yep, 180, we'll call it. And man, so it's halted. Snail is halted. SNAL is halted at 154. Potential open 160. Doesn't have to open up at 160, of course. These halts are typically 5 minutes long. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. So why are we watching this all day long? Well, look what stock made the most new highs of the day, SNAL 618, and look what stock has won the most races, SNAL. You got to watch it all day. And when I say watch, it doesn't mean you just take the trade. It's got to set up, and for me, boy, if it really powers through that high, and when did it get halted at 128? So right on the right at 128. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 133. I know some of you have been watching the AFJK. I won't do it. I don't know what the spread is like. It's probably awful. All right, guys. SNAL just opened. SNAL just opened. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, it's hanging around that 170 mark. Let's see if it at least holds 160. I think it got halted on the way down. Well, I'm going to wait then. I got to wait to see if it takes that out, that high right there. Maybe it would do it. It just got halted. Being within a couple of pennies, I think. I think that got to 178, and this is 181. Yeah, within 3 cents. Had it taken that out, I probably would have been in it. But notice it did not. That blue line did not turn green. So that was my price alert. Whoa, this one could be interesting. New Amsterdam. Now, where's the low over here? Well, a little bit of room. I got about 60 cents to the low here. It's broken down through the whole number, a little bit extended, but I love those whole number breaks. This is NAM, and sorry, NAMS. I wish there was a little bit more room. I wish, for instance, the next low was 33.48. So it's a little bit close. It's got about 60 cents to that low. Well, there might be another opportunity on the snail. Seriously, I mean, yeah, it's halted on the way down, but there might be another opportunity. All right, I gotta look at this stupid thing. AFJK. That's why I'm saying it's untradeable. I don't know who's trading it, but 50, only a $6 spread on a $50 stock. And how much volume? Yeah, 113,000 shares, which is actually a lot for it. Almost should put this on a symbol list. Do not look at it ever. Snap. Now, Snap was just getting hammered back here. I remember, I think it had earnings April 16th. Okay, April. Well, actually, it's coming up. But I remember it got all the way down to 378. Nice run. I mean, $2 run almost. And earnings coming up April 16th. So that is not tomorrow, but the day after. High rate there is 558, 552, and then so it has some room, a little bit of room if it can take this out. All right, let's see how this thing opens. This snail opens. Going to open at around 139 plus 35 seconds. So now, the thing about the snail is it's not utterly collapsed. I would have thought if it would utterly collapse, it would probably have to take this out at 135. But I'm holding out. I'm holding out, guys. Maybe for a late day burst. Okay, guys, 141. So I may only have 20 minutes left. Always stick around for questions. Even this thing, Weibo, WEBL, Dow Jones Internet Bull, 3 times. So there's the Dow up 300. What's the volume like? Okay, guys. Well, again, I'm just going to wait on this snail. See if it has that late day burst. How many times has it been halted? It's been halted 9 times today. Well, MSFU is now. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I took this one early. Basically, got out of this thing flat. Thought I might have had a bit of an oracle type run, but not even close. Yeah, Dan has been in this for a long, long time. He's had to suffer through a lot of pullbacks and everything like that. But hey, all-time high now, I guess. Yeah. I don't know what he did down here when it pulled all the way back down to 89, but held the at least it held the 200-day moving average. Oh, but John, I took that in the first 5 minutes or so. I would not be in it all day like that. No. But if what I mean, would I if I just taken it recently and I'm in profit? Yes, yes. Well, I don't know for my analysis, but it didn't work. I mean, I thought, I said yesterday I was going to take one of these ETFs of a major company like the Oracle yesterday, which I didn't do. So when I saw Microsoft this morning, I thought, and the market was up, I thought, well, can't miss, right? I mean, I didn't lose anything, but it just didn't do it. Boy, this snail, guys, this is really it's. Let me get it up on my. I have it up on my other chart. Okay, on my other one of my other monitors. So, but I'm not going to anticipate it's going to take this out. Okay, otherwise I'd buy it, obviously, but I'm not going to do that. Volume is still pretty good. All I'm looking at, guys, it's time and sales, okay, for snail. See how rapidly it's trading. Only 680 million shares have traded today, but not close to a float turnover record. Yesterday probably was it with the RMSG because it only had a float of a million, little more than a million. This is a 8 million, huge float. Look at that volume though, 681 million shares. Crazy, isn't it? Just waiting on it, guys. Just waiting to see if it can take out these highs. Much time left in the market? So we've got a little over 2 hour. I don't think we'll do a billion. I don't think we'll do a billion shares. My goodness, that's a tight stop, Poe. No kidding. Ooh, came within about a penny, didn't it? Well, this is not going to stay here. Okay. I just know it's not going to just stay here and end up at 162 at the end of the day. So, okay. What time is it now? 151. So maybe only 9 minutes left, guys. So if you have questions, please ask them now. Remember roller, guys? Remember how good this one was early on in the day? We thought, man, this is going to be the one. Look at the quants. The quants this morning were looking really, really good, but look how choppy this ion Q is. QBTS probably pretty choppy, very choppy. What was the news on ROLR again? Let me just bring it up. So it's casino betting. I don't know if that have anything to do with crypto. Trading higher after the company announced it executed, yeah, crypto.com to enter into the prediction market. Okay, the prediction market. So that was the big news for High Roller. Great name. Yeah, I'd love to see it rip. Oh, I would. Just need a little. It needs a volume bar like that one right there. That volume bar right now. Well, this is where patience really comes into play. I have to have the patience to wait for a break as opposed to anticipating it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's up to you, Steph. I mean, I'm not going to enter it unless it gets up near the highs, but that's just my style, though. Okay, a lot of people would think that's crazy. So, can you still? Yeah, if if it meets your trading style, you can enter. But I mean, but I'm not going to say yes. You should enter now because it's a risky thing. It's definitely risky. Trying to take a stock that's at the high, like maybe powering through the high of the day and hoping it keeps going. Man, just playing the waiting game here, guys, just in case. Son of fill in the blanks, guys. Son of a what? That is so frustrating. What happened? Of course, it got halted. I was just trying to get it as it was ripping through that 170, and it got halted on me. I didn't say it, Pepe. I did not say it. On my last day in the room, I'm going to say everything I've been has been bottled up inside of me for 10 years. Well, let's see where it opens. No, I didn't get in. No, it hit my my alert right there at 170. I tried, and then it jumped right to 178 and got halted. Hence the frustration after watching it for I don't know half an hour. Did anyone see a cap on snail at the pop? I don't know what you mean by that, Monica. But you never know. I mean, it's could open around the 180 mark. So the only issue I have with it now is okay, where's the next high? On a monthly chart around $2, a little over $2. So that's pretty close, you know. I mean, I don't know. GoDaddy. What's happening with GoDaddy? You guys are talking about GoDaddy? Whoa, no kidding. 82 down to 79. Oh, no, I didn't notice that, Monica. I did not notice that. All right, 157.33. So 1202 plus 33 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open in a couple of minutes. Oh, really? Ah, well, maybe I couldn't get a fill. Oh, okay. Maybe it's possible I could not. You mean when it's halted, Todd? No, no. Oh, no, you don't mean that. Okay. Could I have put a price? Could I have put a conditional order at that trigger point? Yes, I could have. The problem is though, I want to see it taking out that area on volume. Okay, so that's why I wouldn't do it. I mean, in this case, it would have worked if. But Monica is saying maybe I couldn't have got it anyway. It's like a pretty decent open so far, 184. But you're saying you tried to get it before the halt, Monica. That was before the halt. Hmm. Did you get the same message saying though that you couldn't buy it, like they're just preventing you from buying because you know that message that like for the Mimi or the Miggy or whatever that other one? You know what's starting to come back, guys? Believe it or not, is roller. Who knows? Maybe roller will do it. You know, we got to get through that VWAP, which is 50 cents away. But it just got halted again. I think it's going to get halted again on the way down. Yeah. Yeah. So this is getting a little more bizarre. I mean, that's a pretty quick halt. Boy, but it popped up to 190. Oh. All right, guys, 203. I'm out of here. Unless there's some questions. I will hang around if there's some questions. But otherwise, I'm going to take off. William is going to keep the room open between 3:30 and 3:45. Before I do take off, I'll probably be hanging around though. So if there's a question, I'm still at my desk. I will hop back on the mic and answer. So for those of you on YouTube, if you still want to, if you have a question, Mike, I'll hang around. Okay, so this is only for people on YouTube. If you want to come into the main room, it'll still be open. This room will be open. Click on my homepage link. Scroll down a little bit where you see trading room. This room will be open sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. Okay, and you'll still see my screen. And if I do leave, this room will be open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. Okay, I don't see any questions coming in, so I'm going to end the YouTube stream.